Sayın Başkan, kıymetli delegeler,
Distinguished Chairman, dear delegates, esteemed participants and speakers. Yesterday was the first day of our international congress seeking solutions to the European and Central Asian regional crisis, and we had strong findings about the challenges in the region. Today, our excitement is even higher because right now we are looking for actions and solutions. Based on the diagnosis of the first day, the stability, the welfare, and the future of this ancient geography requires concrete recommendations, applicable roadmaps, and actionable solutions. So, welcome once again to the second day of our Congress, and we hope that you're going to have an efficient day filled with this inspiration. And on this important day, the entire world is inspired by the main theme of our Congress, and they will deepen their themes with their visions, the keynote speakers. And the first speaker is Deputy Chair and General Secretary of Assam, Mr. Ali Joshar, is invited on stage to deliver his speech. Yes, sir.
Euzubillahimineşşeytanirracim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin. Vessalatu vesselamu.
Distinguished Assam Chair, Directors, esteemed scientists, distinguished chairman, the representatives of the press, dear guests, and my dear brothers, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet you all with the best of greetings. The Strategic Research Center of the Defenders of Justice, Africa Model Islam Union, is welcome to the second day of the 9th Congress. Today and yesterday, we did not only gather here to hold a Congress. In addition to that, to reawaken the conscience of humanity, to remind them justice again, and to make an invitation and call to the resurrection of the justice. This is a manifest of justice and unity and resurrection. In the in the beginning of the past century, an era opened and an era was closed. The empires were dissolved, and nations living together for centuries were they were artificial states that are focused by the victors of the First World War. The ones who came, they built a new order of captivity, and the countries thought they were under the chains of totalitarian regimes, and dictators were protected, nurtured, and sustained by the Western system of guardianship. Between two great worlds, the world struggled to breed between fascist and communist dictatorship. After World War II, two apparent blocs emerged. On one side, NATO led by America, and on the other, the Warsaw Pact led by Russia. But in reality, both sides, even China and India today, pursue the same goal: to exploit the resources of powerful nations and to subjugate their minds. The past century was the century of weapons, fear, and lies. wars were waged in the name of security, and invasions were carried out in the name of bringing peace and civilization, and new systems of exploitation were established in the name of justice. The League of Nations and then the United Nations both promised hope for humanity, but it soon became clear that these institutions were established not to uphold justice, but to protect the interests of the victors. The United Nations became a diplomatic cover for the modern exploitation system of Western powers and a means of concealing oppression. Its name was peace, but its essence was domination. And right after the Second World War, Israel was thrust like a dagger into the heart of the Islamic world. This entity, established on Palestinian land, was turned into an outpost and a guardian state for the West. With the silence of the United Nations, the power of the media, and psychological warfare methods, such a perception was bumped into the world that this small state was portrayed as if it were a power ruling the entire world. Yet, it was the West's puppet, and it was the bloody executioner of the Islamic world. And then, at the end of the century, the Soviets collapsed, so did the communism, but the freedom did not come. This time, the United States, left alone, took on the rule of the world policeman, and it entered Afghanistan and Iraq with promises of democracy and freedom, but it brought not democracy, but destruction, death, and chaos. After 10 years of bloody occupation in Iraq and 20 years in Afghanistan, the West finally realized this. You cannot establish sovereignty by force of arms. You can occupy bodies, but you can never make the minds surrender. And today there are over 57 Muslim countries, and they own the most strategic lands and the richest underground resources across the world. They are still under the control of others because we have forgotten how to trust each other and how to act together. Yet the West, the East, and Russia, and China, and India, they all have their eyes fixed on the Islamic world, because this region is not only a source of energy but also the moral center of humanity. Turkey years ago turned its direction to the West, and it was forced to distance itself from its own civilization roots. It turned its back on the Islamic world and became estranged from its own brothers. Two wills emerged within the state. One was the bureaucratic guardianship, and the other was the will of the nation. One saw faith as a threat, and the other stood firm with its faith. And this conflict drained the nation's energy for 80 years. But thank Allah, today, Alhamdulillah, today Turkey is reconciling with its civilizational roots. It is turning its face back to the Ummah geography, and once again it is becoming the hope of oppressed nations. Dear brothers and sisters, the Islamic Union is not a utopia, is not a dream, but it is mandatory. It is a necessity. This union must be built not only on defense, but also on morality, knowledge, economy, and justice. Islamic countries must no longer be rivals, but also they need to be partners in destiny. A nation that rises up by its own will, not by the grace of the West, will restore balance in the world. And today Muslim societies are trying to free themselves from authoritarian rule and build a future based on justice and freedom. But this process cannot happen without guidance. This process cannot happen without solidarity. Young democracies are struggling with corruption, poverty, and injustice, and they are being pushed back into the West's embrace through the means of oppressive dictatorships chosen from within their own societies. So right at this point, Turkey has the responsibility to be the guide and the resurrection leader of the Islamic world. And this is where Assam's mission comes into play: justice, knowledge, ethics, economy, strategy, defense, and solidarity. So Assam is not only a think tank, it is a torch of the Ummah lit in the darkness of this age. Here, the unity of the Ummah, its common defense, and its just order are discussed. Here, the future of the Islamic world is planned. The Astar staff, the Association of the Justice Defenders, in which it was born on September 24, 2011, and the Assam staff since 2013, are a movement that combines the mind of the state with the conscience of nation, fights for justice, and blends faith with science. And dear brothers and sisters, the welfare of the Turkic and Muslim nations, reinstallation of justice and peace across the world depends on Islamic countries emerging as a superpower. And this Congress is not just a meeting of ideas, but of a vision. We're not just talking here. We're building a wall that will change the course of history. And at this point, the role of the Islamic world is critical. Our geography stands at the heart of the world, not only in terms of energy and geostrategy, but also in terms of moral capital. However, for this potential to be realized, we must look bravely at today's problems rather than boast about the memories of the past. And what the Islam countries need to do is to design a future that is specific to them. And this design is should not merely be a political strategy, it should be an existential vision based on ethics, justice, knowledge, and compassion. True salvation lies not in the weakness of an external power, but in rebuilding our own internal integrity. The challenges we face today are multi-layered, involving both internal and external factors, and therefore it is unrealistic to attribute change solely to external pressures or internal reforms. The processes we have witnessed, from the fall of the Berlin Wall to the Arab Spring, have shown us that history is shaped not only by power balances, but also by the will and consciousness of the societies. What the Islam world needs is not emotional reactions, but strategic mind, consistent planning, and collective awareness. A long-term planning approach must be established in every field, from education to economics, technology to culture. The time has come for action based on truth, not rhetoric. This process of rebuilding is not only a matter for states, but also for individuals. Everyone, from intellectuals to thinkers, from young people to technocrats, everyone must be a part of this process. Universities, civil society organizations, think tanks must become the bearers of the intellectual infrastructure that will shape the future of the Islamic world. And we mustn't forget that history is not written only with its heroes, but it's also its vigilant societies. If we cannot rediscover our own morale, intellectual, and strategic heritage today, tomorrow's history will once again be written by others. The Islamic world must cease to be a passive observer and assume the responsibility of becoming a subject. For the salvation of humanity may depend on the birth of a civilization of compassion that will rise once again from these lands. As in the 20th century, only the civilization of mercy of Muslims can repair the destructiveness of the policy of the clash of civilizations which the West championed in the early 1990s and which expressed a declaration of war based on force. As in the 20th century, only it can save humanity's honor. And silence is the strongest weapon of oppression. And we, as Muslims, we are not going, even the righteous non-Muslims are no longer silent, but we Muslims will no longer be silent either, because the prayer of the oppressed is stronger than the weapons of the oppressor, and because justice is the reason for humanity's existence. The massacres in Gaza and Sudan have put an end to the tale of the West's moral superiority. The time for being deceived by the promises of China's quietly growing financial imperialism is over. Both China and India, developing insidiously seriously are relentless enemies of Islam, no less savage than the West.
İslam'ın iflas ettiği karanlık bir çağda yaşamaktadır.
Today, humanity is living in a dark age. This is not a dark age, but this is the harbinger of a resurrection, because history has shown us the sign of truth rises when the dark is when it's the deepest. Today, we are today, while the world is caught between tyrannical states, we proclaim the existence of the pole of Islamic civilization. Therefore, it is time to unite. It is time to speak together, resist together, and rise together. As Assam, we're not just holding a congress here. We are a torch of revival and resurrection in the hearts of the Ummah and reigniting the spark. And our goal is not merely to make defense plans, and it is to establish a just order that will raise the Ummah to its feet once again. And here we are gathered here, and it is our obligation to rebuild. We are charged with rebuilding the Ummah's strategic mind, moral compass, and intellectual resilience, because we are not merely a community of thought, but the pioneers of the Ummah's rebirth. And this is yet another historical threshold. The balances of power are changing and new actors are emerging, but this change is not only political, it also brings with it a questioning of the meaning of civilization, the place of morality, and the value of human beings. Today, nations no longer want to be merely governed. They want to claim their voices, their rights, and their destinies. At this point, the role of the Islamic world is vital, because our geography is not only the center of energy resources, but also of moral capital. However, this potential can only be realized by looking courageously at today's problems and not by boasting about the memories of the past. Salvation lies not in the weakness of an external power, but in rebuilding in our own internal unity. Real change is possible through strategic thinking, planning, and collective awareness in the face of pressures from both inside and outside. The time has come for action-based truth, not rhetoric. The time has come for systematic construction and collective wisdom, not emotional reactions. This process of rebuilding is the responsibility not only of states, but also of scientists, thinkers, young people, and technocrats. Universities, think tanks, and civil society organizations must establish the intellectual infrastructure for this revival. Let us not forget, history is written not only by heroes, but also by vigilant societies. If we do not recover our own moral and strategic heritage today, others will again rewrite tomorrow's history. But I believe that the will, knowledge, and faith represented in this hall will rebuild both the future of Islamic world and the conscience of humanity.
Ey kardeşlerim,
Dear brothers,
mazlumun göğsünü dindirmeden,
without putting an end it is forbidden for us to stop until we have dried the tears of the oppressed and restored the smiles of the orphans and liberated the Muslim lands. And the voice rising from here today is not merely a Congress declaration, it is an appeal written to the conscience of humanity. We demand justice, we demand honor, we demand freedom, and we do know that if the Ummah unites, no power in this world can perpetuate oppression. And we believe that Allah is going to turn the darkness of this age into a morning of resurrection, and that morning will be the morning when the civilization of mercy is reborn. Here, on behalf of Assam, we would like to once again thank our rector, Professor Dr. Ahmet Cevat Acar, and Secretary General Dr. Fatih Hasdemir and Erhan İçener, as well as all the staff members of Istanbul Sabahattin Zahim University who hosted this Congress. May Allah make an opportunity, make the ideas that emerge from this Congress a means for the revival of the Ummah. May He grant that justice which will stop the bloodshed in oppressed lands rise from this hall. Amen. And as Erzurum Ibrahim Hakkı from Ibrahim says, the truth turns into evil, into good. Do not think otherwise. Let us see what Allah will do. Whatever He does is good. May Allah protect you. Peace be upon you and the mercy and blessings of Allah.
Arz ederim.
Bu anlamlı ve bizi derinden etkileyen konuşması için
Thank you very much, Ali Joshar, the Vice Chairman of Assam and Secretary General, for this emotional speech. So, the reason we get together here is not just to exchange ideas, but also remember some feelings that we forget about. And thank you very much, Ali Bey, for reminding us of those feelings.
Sırada İstanbul
Next,
Medeniyet Üniversitesi
we have
Siyasal Bilgiler Fakültesi İktisat Bölümünden
Professor Seyfettin Ardan from Istanbul Medeniyet University, Faculty of Economics.
konuşmalarıyla Seyfettin Bey bize çeviriş olarak katılacak.
Seyfettin Bey will be joining us online.
Ne zaman başlıyor acaba? Ne zaman? Şu an ses falan duymuyorum ben.
Yes, shall I start now? Because I cannot hear you.
Seyfettin Bey bizi duyuyor musunuz?
Biz sizi duyuyoruz. Konuşabilirsiniz. Evet, biz sizi duyuyoruz. Hem görüyoruz hem duyuyoruz. Çok sağ olun. Selamünaleyküm.
Selamun Aleyküm. Good morning, everyone.
Üzeriniz olsun. Üzeriniz olsun.
May the
Öncelikle
abundance of the morning be with us.
bölüm düzenlemesi.
And I would like to first thank the organizers of this Congress.
Allah şanı hayırlı vesile etsin.
May Allah help us make it auspicious.
Özellikle İttihat İslam konusunda
Particularly,
farklı disiplinlerin farklı kullanımlarının
we know that there are different disciplines, different scholars offering different perspectives about the union of Islam. As an economist and as a faculty member, I sometimes ask myself what kind of concrete proposals we can make. And particularly in the fields of education and economy, we need to strengthen collaborations. This is very important.
ülkeleri arasında
And between the Muslim countries, there should be better collaboration. And collaborations should be based on a sustainable foundation. And particularly in the areas of science and technology, education and economy, we need to build robust relationships.
tarzı söylemlerle
Otherwise,
uzun vadeli bir ilişkinin
those discourses of animosity will make it more challenging to build long-term relationships. So, overcoming the crisis that we see in the world of Islam, and to have a better foundation for relationships between Muslim countries, we have been deliberating on a proposal for a long time. This is a proposal to create a scientific and financial center at Istanbul, and this proposal should be implemented very urgently. We have been proposing this for actually about 2 decades. And if you can have some influence over the sets of values and the education levels and the capacities of people and communities, you can easily manage those communities. As you know, the capitalists can easily find opportunities to penetrate into all areas of our life, including science, thinking, manufacturing, and consumption. And they can easily influence us. But this can be done at a university in Istanbul as well. In my opinion, we need to create a new university or a new center, and the main function of this scientific hub is to offer PhD or postdoc education opportunities to students from Muslim countries, and also training the scholars in Turkey. As you know, most of the students in Turkey choose to go to the UK, France, or Germany for education. Well, it sounds nice, but those scientists who choose to go abroad say that they don't have a high-quality education, and they are not able to write very strong dissertations. They don't come to our country back with very strong publications. Of course, there are some good universities, but when you look at the PhD thesis, we know they cannot work on these dissertations in Turkey, so they have to go abroad, unfortunately. So we have a very long experience, and this scientific center should offer these services where students can complete their dissertations or study at university programs. And we need to train more scientists at this center. And at this university or at this center, we need to have a permanent staff. And also we can have part-time staff from abroad. And we need to have scientists working at the highest universal standards. For example, we can start a PhD program at university, and the lecturers meeting specific criteria can give courses. Or if you have a very competent scientist from Kars or Van or Şırnak or Kocaeli, they need to be able to contribute to the education programs at this center. So it should not be based on being well connected. We need to have a certain level of academic accreditation. We need to get support from scientists. For example, we need to have scientists who have publications at the international level. We need to establish a threshold, and the professors who meet those criteria can be included in this included as a faculty member. So we need to make sure that we can offer education at the global centers. This is how we can make it a center at global standards. For example, we can have a PhD program on Islamic finance. So at this program, we need to have the best people in this area. So in Istanbul, at this center, you can have high-quality PhD program, and in these programs, we can have scientific courses as well as courses on values and Islamic jurisprudence, and so that we can have a better legitimacy for Islamic education. And we need to also train Muslim engineers who have internalized the ideas of Islam. And we can do this with high quality programs, with high quality scientists. So this, I'm not just talking about social sciences, but also natural sciences or medicine. In all areas, we can implement these programs and we can train very competent and qualified young people, and we can easily resolve this problem of scientific research in our country, and we can have a deadline to do that as well, because time is running fast. Maybe we can have a 5-year or 7-year period, and the people who have been trained at this center, they will be the foundations of our dreams, because thus we will be contributing to the training of a new generation, which is very important. Because if you fail to do that, you cannot find the problems faced by the Muslim countries. So if we can achieve this project, we can then take actions to eliminate the problems in Islamic countries and overcome and establish better relationships between them. And at this center should be empowered with high-level programs, PhD programs, or dissertation programs, or certification programs, and we need to get support from the top quality scientists of the world. As I mentioned earlier, we need to be objective. We need to use objective scientific criteria, like the universities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. For example, the index score should be more than 20, and scientists who meet a certain threshold should be able to give courses at this university. And if we can achieve this purpose, we can then train very qualified scientists at this center. And then this scientific center can also be a laureate of various awards, like the Nobel Economy Prize or Nobel Science Prize. So it can be a very important item on the global agenda. And if you have a very strong institution, you can then have access to these prizes like Nobel. And these strong prizes will be helpful to increase the visibility of this center. This is only one part of the subject. Of course, since we have limited time, I have to wrap up. And this scientific center can also act as a center like the International Finance Center or the International Defense Development Center. So in this new era that is coming on, all economies in the Islamic countries should train new generations who will have a contribution or have leadership over the economies of their countries, the social lives or the scientific lives in their countries. Otherwise, we cannot find shared solutions to our problems. So in the scope of this project, we will be able to build a high-quality scientific center, and thanks to the people we will train at this center, we will be able to come up with international collaborations. If we can achieve that, then at the global level and international level, we can establish strong relations between Islamic countries. When presenting this proposal, some academics told us that we need to do something similar for the students at the primary and elementary and high school levels. Yes, of course, we need to do that as well, but it's not an easy task. Maybe in every country we can offer consultancy services to the national education models of these countries, because currently in many countries we are contributing to the education system in the framework of this Ma'arif model. And our center will be a complementary item to that. And these centers can train people who will later be working at senior positions in democracy, or maybe being administrators of universities. This center should not just be considered as an PhD education institution. The main purpose is to train scientists who have PhD levels, but you can also have educational programs that will be attractive for the young people who will later be leading the administrative processes. So I'm talking about the undergraduate programs, as I mentioned earlier, certification programs or philosophy programs. We also need to have them. And at this center, we can have a unit, dedicated unit for country experts, because this is a very important area. Currently, I believe in countries, Islamic countries, including Turkey, country experts, this is a very heavily neglected area. For example, in the UK or other countries, they have very strong country experts. And of course, in our country, in some security institutions, we have country experts as well. But in this scientific center, we need to train country experts for each country who have PhD degrees or master's degrees or certifications, who have in-depth knowledge of specific countries. So about Africa or Asia or Europe, or even at micro levels. And these country experts will help us build social, political, cultural, and economic relations with those countries. And with their guidance, we can establish robust relations with other countries. So at this center, we need to have this country expert unit. Finally, at this center, we need to have a unit functioning like Deloitte, which will be rating private companies and countries, and which will give them credit ratings. These units can offer consultancy services to guide the international capital investments and lead the capital flows between countries. I don't want to take more of your time. I hope this meeting will be auspicious, inshallah. I greet you respectfully.
Thank you. Political Faculty, Economy Department, Professor Seyfettin Erdoğan was with us, and he delivered his presentation. And now we will be listening to Miss Professor Hebatallah Adam, and she's an economy professor from India, Jindal University. I think her image is being prepared right now.
İyi dinlemeler diliyorum.
Okay, thanks. So very good morning, afternoon, distinguished colleagues and delegates, guests. I'm deeply honored to join you today online from India and to join Assam's International Congress this year. My presentation today is about the energy geopolitics, migration in Central Asia, economic interdependence, strategic corridors, and the future of regional stability. So as we are today, we will discuss and examine how the three powerful dynamics, energy geopolitics, economic interdependence, and migration are all shaping the stability of the Islamic countries of Central Asia that is often called as the Turkestan region. So now let's move to the introduction. In introduction, I'd like first to start to share some overview of the Central Asia region that actually stands at a historic crossroads. It is landlocked, but yet strategically placed between Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia. It is, of course, a very rich region in hydrocarbons and minerals, but the challenge here is that nations remain highly dependent on transit routes that are controlled by others. And one of the main aspects of the Central Asia region is that it is very rich of resources, natural resources, oil, gas, and uranium reserves. Of course, it has over 70 million people. So all this makes the region plays a pivotal role in the global trade and energy flows. But the problem here is that this strategic position also is showing that there is a challenge, that it exposes that the region is exposed to external influences from Russia, China, European Union, and the United States. So the main question of my topic is that can this interdependence be governed in a way that strengthens sovereignty and development, or actually it will lead to a situation where it will deepen more the vulnerability that the region is facing. And this brings me to the first point that I want to highlight today, is that the region actually is facing what can be called the triple challenge. The first challenge is economic interdependence, where corridor-based development projects like the Trans-Caspian International Transport Route and China's Belt and Road Initiative creates both opportunity but also dependency. And the second challenge is the energy geopolitics, where control over pipelines and transit routes defines the political leverage. And the third challenge is the labor migration, so where we know that millions of Central Asians sustain their families through labor abroad, particularly in Russia, in Turkey, and also in the Gulf countries. So all these three factors, actually, they are interacting continuously, and sometimes they are reinforcing each other, and also they create risks that is challenging the status of the Central Asian economies. Let me break challenges in more details in coming slides. Starting first with the economic interdependence. So over the last decade, Central Asia has become one of the world busiest corridors of infrastructure diplomacy. So, as I have mentioned, we have the Trans-Caspian route linking China to Europe through Kazakhstan and Turkey, and now this route is becoming a strategic alternative to the Russian controlled route. Another important initiative here is the Belt and Road Initiative that is pouring millions of dollars into infrastructure investments, roads, railways, energy pipelines, and all this finance is coming from China or the Chinese loans. And of course, EU and US also are playing a very important role in the region through the European Union's global gateway and the US C5+1 framework, and both they are representing competing models of engagements. One, the EU one is emphasizing regulatory governance, and the US is more focusing on diversification and the security. So here what we have a web of partnerships that makes the region, the Central Asia region, more connected, but also it is, we can say it is constrained, because sovereignty here is constantly is negotiated between partners. And partners here we have US, China, and Russia, and of course the EU. The second challenge is energy geopolitics, and energy actually remains one of the main backbone of the Central Asia's economies. So we have Kazakhstan, Turkestan possess some of the largest oil and gas fields outside the Middle East, and Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan serve as a vital transit route for other states. The region also is full of pipelines. So we have the TAPI project linking Turkestan to South Asia, Trans-Caspian pipeline connecting the region to Europe, and the China Central Asia pipeline, which is supplying billions of meters of gas annually to China. So all these routes, they represent economic arteries to the region. Of course, they provide revenue to the region, and they can also be used sometimes as geopolitical instruments. So the control over these pipelines actually determines the influence, dependency, and of course ultimately the stability interplay. Also, another point to highlight related to the energy geopolitics is that we have to admit that there is a high energy competition in the region from external players. So Russia seeks to maintain dominance over the inherited Soviet-era pipelines. China, on the other hand, expanding the energy footprint via the long-term investments in the Belt and Road initiatives and other initiatives support that China is giving to countries in the region. European Union is developing alternative supplies to the China Belt and Road initiatives, as I have mentioned before, and of course they are aiming to reduce the reliance on the Russian energy by doing so. So each actor that I have mentioned in the region, they are using different tools, and all this of course is having one single outcome, that there is a kind of struggle for control over Central Asia energy geography from the external power. The third challenge in our triple challenge is the migration. So, of course, alongside the energy, migration forms one of the main social lifeline for Central Asia. Why? Because we have the millions of workers from the countries in the regions, in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. They are working abroad, primarily, as I've mentioned, in Russia, Turkey, and the Gulf. Their remittances represent a high share of these countries' GDP, which has reached like 30% of Tajikistan and 25% of Kyrgyzstan. So migration, of course, is important because it is easing dependency on or the pressure on local markets and ease unemployment. It also sustains families, but also it entails some economic vulnerability because if the host countries they are restricting migration for any reason, like for example what has happened during the COVID-19 pandemic, so all this will have negative impact on the entire national GDP and the livelihood of people and families living there. So migration here is a social phenomenon, but also we have to admit that migration also represents an economic and political factor that also is shaping the stability of countries in the region. So here we can conclude the first part by saying that there is a kind of dual dependency on energy exports and labor migrations, and because, as I have explained so far, that the Central Asian countries, they depend mainly on exporting hydrocarbons for revenue, and they are also depending heavily on the remittances coming from migrants abroad. And on the other side, they are depending on importing manufactured goods from abroad. So this kind of model sustains short-term growth development, and it is preventing to open doors for diversification and a sustainable development growth model. So the income sources in Central Asian countries, we can say they are heavily externally controlled by external players. So here this is the fact, the reality that we have, that there is a scenario of intricate and multifaceted relationship between energy dynamics. Energy and migration are two sides of the same coin in Central Asian economies or countries, because energy revenue funds infrastructure and social programs that stabilize societies there, and on the other side we have migration. They provide labor for projects and remittances for consumption. So when energy revenues fail, the government, they cut spending, unemployment rise, and migration surges, and when host economies contract, remittances drop, and domestic demand falls again. So there is a kind of circular dependency that can only be broken if there is a solid regional cooperation between Central Asian countries, and if they work together to diversify their economies. So I have mentioned here the regional cooperation, but we have to admit also there is another point here, that there is regional cooperation between countries in the region remain a weak point. So we do have multiple organizations, multiple platforms, regional platforms like like the SCO, Eurasian Economic Union, but none of these platforms effectively coordinated policies among the Central Asian states themselves. So external actors still dominate the agenda. Financing often comes with political strings like China Belt and Road initiatives, or we have also European or US cooperation. So of course this all will hinder and put lots of challenges for the economic and political sovereignty of countries in the region. So they should work together to have a kind of shared vision rooted in Islamic economic solidarity and of course to make the region remains as a community for itself, not as a corridor for others. So let me end this presentation and my speech with the recommendations based on the challenges that I have explained so far. So the policy recommendations let also divided into three big pillars, starting with the economic transformation. So Central Asians economies, they must diversify. Diversification is one of the main solutions for any long-term economic development, sustainable vision. So Central Asians economies, they must diversify definitely beyond hydrocarbons and remittance from energy and migration by promoting, for example, in industries, digital sectors, building regional value chains, linking infrastructure to local employment. All this can make the region to move from the dependency to be a productive region and to develop its own development models or growth models that are more exclusive and self-sustaining. Another also second recommendation is related to the energy diplomacy. So more cooperation between countries in the region definitely is required. We need to establish or to create maybe a Central Asia Energy Council under the umbrella of OIC or ACO frameworks that already established organizations or regional multilateral platforms. So this kind of body will can help in harmonizing energy prices, transit agreements, and investment standards. Also, there is a very important requirement to move or to develop green energy corridors with the help of the EU and the Islamic Development Bank, which can definitely help in turning Central Asia into a renewable energy powerhouse. Because the green energy is the future, not the heavy investments in hydrocarbons. Yeah, it can be a point to unite countries in the region, and there are lots of cooperations that can be established here between the Central Asian countries. The third pillar is the migration governance. So migration should be treated not actually, I believe, as a symptom of weakness, but also it can be very strong potential of strength. Governments in the region should adopt a kind of labor mobility agreements similar to what EU and other regional integrations they do have. Protect migrants' rights, create reintegration programs for the returnees, maybe also they can establish some kinds of investment funds for diaspora, for like bonds or entrepreneurship fundings, skill developments also in green technologies and digital inclusion. So also this will allow migrants to return as innovators, but not to return back to their own countries again as just laborers. So this is leading me to the final point, which is the conclusion. We need to have more partnership and less of dependency for the future of countries in the Central Asia. So stability in Central Asia depends on transforming that interdependence between the economic, energy and migration into real partnership. Economic, energy and migration policies must be integrated, not treated as isolated agenda, because they are actually interrelated and interdependent for the countries in Central Asia. Also, one of the main points here to highlight is that governance, of course, should be rooted on principle and ethics of Islam, justice, and stewardship. And finally, countries in Central Asia must deepen their South and intra-Islamic cooperation, linking Central Asia to the Islamic countries, the other countries in the Islamic world, and the global South, to share knowledge, technology, and definitely solidarity. Thank you for your attention, and I would love that we stay connected, and of course it was a great pleasure to join you all today. Thank you.
Professor Hebatullah Adam joined us online. She works at Jindal Global University in India as an economy professor. The Consul General of Sudan is here with us. We would like to say welcome to him. Now we will be listening to Associate Professor Firdaus Ahmad Malik, the U.S. University of People Business Administration Department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Awesome Congress 2025. Today we will be discussing about regional policies of USA, Russia, China, and the European Union. We will try to understand it by the academic perspective, how these power blocks are working and what are their economic models. So, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and fellow scholars. It is definitely an honor to speak on this subject that shapes not national growth, but also the global order, regional policy. At its heart, regional policies ask a fundamental question: how can nations balance prosperity across diverse regions while remaining globally competitive? If we try to understand regional policy for the growth of development by countries, it is actually a concept that is often read in technical reports. It is one of the most powerful instruments of government for any country at the state level. Regional policy determines whether a nation's development will be balanced or unequal. It should be inclusive or fragmented. But as academician, student of political economy, I would like to pose a question. Can regional policies truly help us to equalize opportunities between urban hubs and peripheral regions? Second important question I want to raise here is, do they empower local communities or simply reinforce central control? Today, as we are exploring how four power countries like that of United Nations, Russia, China, and European Union, we will try to understand what are their strategies as per their regional diplomacy is concerned. Therefore, let us start with the United Nations. How United Nations are making collaboration and how they are balancing at the international level. If we try to understand United Nations regional policy as an academician, what is going on currently by Trump and other diplomatic ties they have with different power blocks and they are dominating. But let us try to understand their domestic regional policy, how they are working at their country level. So regional policy for United Nations is that is further in collaboration and economic pragmatism. For the agencies like Economic Development Administration and the Alpha Change Regional Commission, United States, or we can say America, aims to bridge economic divide. They are trying to foster innovation hubs and enhance infrastructure equity. But again, as the power block, the United Nations is also suffering with so many things. Let us raise one more important question here. Can a federal system truly ensure regional equity when market forces and political priorities are often divergent? Because they came with, one of the powerful countries in the world. So they are dominating us with diplomacy and policy. If we see the examples of India and Pakistan, or if you see the diplomacy of this Trump, how he is announcing unilaterally the tariffs, restrictions on trade, and trying to showcase his dominance as the power. But here I want to pose the question that can a federal system truly ensure regional equity when market forces and political priorities often diverge? Let us try to understand the case of what happened in the Middle East, that the example of Palestine, wars on Iran, Iraq, and small war on backup Israel and America had done. So it really impacts negatively to the third world countries, or we can say global south. So therefore, trying to understand the US model is trying to intergovernmental cooperation as their regional policy. So the European Union, and we have to constantly struggles in structural inequality. In the USA, there is largest structural inequality between coastal best prosperity and inland stagnation. So inside America is struggling, but at world it is being using its power negatively to impact mostly third world countries that are within the region of global south. So let us move to the regional policy of Russia. Because today's topic which we are focusing on, we are trying to understand how these power blocks are behaving at national and international level. So if we try to understand what Russia is doing as per his regional policy is concerned. So Russia at a regional is very different than of USA. One of the centralized power and geopolitical assertion. And Russia model is, mainly debated after the war is going since last 3 years between Russia and Ukraine. So therefore, the Moscow maintains tight control over its region. They are emphasizing national unity and strategical dominance. However, such centralization often overshadows socio-economic development, and local governments compete for political favor rather than fostering innovation. Similarly, with regard to regional policy of Russia, as an academician, I want to pose one more question for our scholars to think about it. Can regional progress flourish under a model driven more by power than by participation? Does militarization strengthen or weakness a nation's internal cohesion? So Russia is being understood that they are vested with the power of militarization. So I want to give here an example of Pakistan. Pakistan is also struggling with this phenomenon. So therefore, trying to understand how Russia is, maintaining its political centralization and how it is controlling its prosperity. Now trying to understand about, China. What is the economic model of the China? So as China is one of the biggest countries, as far as its revenue is concerned, as far as its sovereign loans to regional countries is concerned, so China's regional policy is exemplifies long-term strategy plan. China is one of the unique countries which plans for longer future. Its major framework, the vision, Turkestan happening in the region, the Yazoo River economic belt, and the Greater Bay Area. This demonstrates a model of coordinated state-led regional growth. So till now we have discussed three major power blocks of the world like USA, then Russia, and China. So we find China is one of the unique countries as per the regional policy is concerned. But again here, with respect to China, we can discuss some questions which are very important for academic discussion. Can climate coordination truly balance growth with sustainability? As China is growing at a larger pace with respect of, irrespective of other countries, if we see other countries how they are struggling with inequalities, unemployment problem, and war,
لخدمة سياستها أو هذا الموضوع يمكن ناقشته على الصعيد الدبلوماسي بالتخطيط وتحقيق تنسيق قابلا لتحقيق توازن مستديم.
The second important counter question I want to ask for the audience is, how does China reconcile rapid urbanization with ecological preservation and rural revitalization? Therefore, to understand China one side is, functioning like a Zionic system, dividing areas into optimized, restricted and protected zones, but shows a remarkable capacity for adaptive government. They are not having governance challenges, as we observe in other countries like Russia, USA. There are governance challenges. There are laws which must be connected from doing bad activities. In Russia, it is also in Pakistan, in other countries throughout the world. But China is the only country where there are not governance issues. Yet also raises the question of local autonomy and environmental gesture. So with respect to China, there is only the tricky question that whether they can balance their growth and development with respect to the sustainable development goals. So moving ahead, let us try to understand how European Union is behaving. Actually, the debate today is we will try to understand what global south countries are doing and what power blocks are doing. So therefore, trying to understand the European Union cohesion and solidarity, the European Union, of course, a supranational experiment as per the regional policy is concerned. One guided by solidarity and economic cohesion. Over one third of European Union, if we try to take the time duration of 2021 to 2027, but budgetary devoted to reducing disparities. European Union is more, trying to restrict the disparities and making more investment budget for this among region, so that the cohesion fund and European regional development can be maintained. But again, we must, look at critically. So the critical questions we can pose here is, how does European Union maintain unity and economic development? This is a question of the investor. The second counter question is, can cross-border cooperation truly overcome national self-interest? So, despite these challenges, the European economic model stands as a testament of multi-level governance, where economic and social cohesion are treated not as a charity but a shared responsibility. So if we try to understand all these power blocks in comparatively, what are their policies, how they are behaving. For example, if we try to understand the policy focus of USA, they are mainly focusing on economic equity and regional collaboration, where Russia is more focusing on militarization. China coordinated national security zones, but European Union has a unique example trying to have more cohesion to reduce disparity. Now try to understand the governance model. So USA is having the governance model federal in nature, they like to belong in collaboration, where Russia they are hyper centralized with limited autonomy, and that of the China is top down with the regional flexibility. But Europe is having a great example of multi-level governance they are having. So we can say if we sum up critically that European is having much best governance model. But what are the key challenges of all these countries? Like USA, they are having infrastructure problem and regional inequality. Because of that issue, Trump is going and announcing, bullshit stories and all to other countries so that he can, make this ban advantage from other developing countries by increasing tariffs, making the trade very difficult for them, and draining their primary, goods. This is because of this frustration of inequality and infrastructure. But on the other side, Russia, it is more dominated towards militarization and regional underdevelopment. A lot of losses is going on, manpower, lacking because of Ukraine and Russia war, and because of now the suffering also at diplomatic level, USA is very inexperienced and European countries are also against Russia. Therefore, this is the key challenge, to be based on the militarization model. It makes the diplomacy very hard. China unique, balancing both growth and with sustainability. It is a key challenge for China how to do it. Because if you go for more investment or more construction of roads, buildings, whatever, that is again threat to sustainability. How they will maintain it is very big challenge for China. Divergent economic development is the challenge for European. So, funding support that federal programs are targeting for investment in USA, government controls with strategic focus in Russia, and national plans with provisional implementation. China is giving backward plans to the regions at provisional level. And European budget, they are just making structural adjustments for it. So therefore, by this comparison, if we try to understand that the defenses of these power blockers, how they are behaving at their domestic level, as per the regional policy is concerned, it reveals a profound truth. Regional policy is mirror of any political, governance. So we can say like this: regional policy is a mirror of political philosophy. USA and European Union, they are more focusing on valuing the decentralization and collaboration. But China masters colonial flexibility, and if we try to understand the Russia, they are more making priorities towards power consolidation over local empowerment. So these were the discussions of these power blocks. So now let us try to understand what are the learnings for this as this conference is concerned. So we are more interested towards that how global South can behave and what is the suitable model for global South countries, South Asia. How can Muslim countries become choose a model so that it should be beneficial to all humankind, particularly the Muslim nation. So therefore, understanding these strategies of these powerful blocks, as a scholar or policymaker, we can must, ask important questions to ourselves. To leaders of global South, that of Turkey, Pakistan, Malaysia, UAE, or Saudi Arabia. So what lessons can developing nations draw from these important models, where these power centers like USA, Russia, China, and European Union? What are the learnings they should learn from this? What are the strategies to cover or to provide protection of this land as what the current geopolitical war is going on? The second important question for global South leaders is that is there an ideal balance between central coordination and regional autonomy? As previous speaker Dr. Diba was highlighting that global South, especially the Muslim countries, should come together and define a particular model so that it should be beneficial and it should provide harmony in the world. So with respect to Palestine, if I try to focus on what has happened during the Palestine, so much manpower loss, economy has been, devastated because of these criminal power blocks. But where were the Muslim leaders? What was their, policy or economic model? I think, as per the academic discussion is concerned, if we try to analyze it critically, we found Muslim countries as an alternative model to have such a diplomacy. They failed to some large extent. So therefore, talking about sustainability, talking about inclusivity and competition, they truly existed within the policy framework. The answer may lie in adaptive regionalism, and these Muslim countries, they should come with a model that blends global insight with local reality. They should use their manpower. More than 50 countries, Muslim countries there. Turkey can lead them. Pakistan can be a super leader in that. But the question is how they can make strategies so that to make a powerful economic model, which will not only benefit to Muslim nations, but also the whole world. So therefore, to conclude, the regional policy is not just about economics. It is about identity, it is about justice, it is about culture, it is about how balance power within the nations and across the world. So, global South countries, they should choose a best model, they should come together, they should have diplomacy, they should make a power bloc like G20 and all, but they are not in a framework. So therefore, as a student of economics and as a student of political diplomacy, we must make such debates so that our political leadership will come with a uniform law or economic model, so that they understand these frameworks who are ruling us like USA, Russia and about in trade, they are ruling us, they are making their advertising trade for themselves. So we should learn what type of strategy, what type of government they are having, and why not we establish such a government which is beneficial for the mainland and the countries altogether. So understanding these frameworks will help us interpret global trends. It will also help us to shape more equitable and sustainable future. Thank you very much for our awesome Congress 2025 for giving me such an opportunity to share my insights with at a platform where Muslim scholars especially are sharing their insights. I am highly grateful for this opportunity. Looking forward for such more opportunities in the future. Thank you very much.
Amerika University of the People Yönetim Bölümünden Ekonomi Öğretim Bölümü.
Economy Associate Professor Firdevs Ahmet Malik delivered his speech online, and now we have Istanbul University's Professor Ali Arslan to deliver his speech. Yes, sir. Distinguished attendees, I would like to thank the chairman from the highest level to the most junior level, staff members and my professors who made this possible. I would like to thank each and every one of them. Now, I want to start by indicating a problem. For several years in the department, I worked in history, and I had an academic career where I faced a problem. And between 92 and 94, I was a consultant advisor through TICA, and I saw a deeper version of this because historians, TICA is, by the way, Turkish Cooperation and Coordination Agency, and the professors, the academics, are working within the daily flow. They are stuck with the flow of knowledge. And is there a middle ground? Can you not merge the two? Which gave me an opportunity, particularly NATO, when the Soviets collapsed. The atmosphere in Ankara was that NATO is scattered and Turkey is not that important. That was the atmosphere in Ankara, the capital city. Back then, I was claiming that this is not the case, but on the contrary, when we look at evidence and data, actually Turkey, that is the Anatolian geography, and certain locations across the world, they never lost its importance. There was an intervention, a competition, and it was an area of concentration of sorts in certain areas. And as a result of these readings, it was about, as a result of 30 to 40 years, certain concepts emerged, these readings, and I would like to share them all with you and the Asian and Europe. I don't like the word Eurasia because in the long run of history, with the global sovereignties, major powers are from Asia to Europe, as I have witnessed. And starting from 1500s, the Russians actually are moving towards from the west towards the east. So I call this, rather than calling it Eurasia, it's better to call it Asia and Europe. And if there's a power and sovereignty when it's going from east to west, is Europe and Asia, and Europe is better. So that's why these concepts are important for me. Now across the world there is this, and because I'm a historian, there are so many individuals, there is so much technology around, and certain regions across the world cannot be controlled, whether it be deserts or oases or mountains. You just cannot control it. When you travel on horseback, or when there were no horses, how did people found great states? There has to be a solution to this. This was a part of my thoughts, and eventually all over the world, it wasn't necessary to control all over the world, as I saw, because major states, global states, who control all over the world, they wouldn't bother controlling the world. They just determine strategic target areas, and what happens when they cannot control them? They focus on key areas, and these key areas, I just want to focus. These were key locations, as I say. When I give a few examples, you will understand them better. Across the world, these strategic areas, when you control them, actually there is a major dominance that you can get. And you cannot always control these strategic locations. And I'm also saying, for those that will relate it, the UK, after the First World War, according to the UK's calculations, the areas that the UK could control, they were going to Istranca Mountains and Enes, and from Sakarya to Bandırma. These are locations in Turkey, and to Burhaniye. And the Marmara was the target area. This was how they controlled. These are the key locations. And of course, once it was seen that this wouldn't be possible, the key locations, that is the Istanbul Straits and the Çanakkale Straits, that is the Dardanelles, a distance of 10 kilometers, they focused on them, and they focused inside that region. Still, when it comes to air, land, and sea, and even under the sea crossings, Turkey didn't have that much of a role, and these were the key locations of that. We have the key, but we don't have the lock, and I think this is a good example to perceive this. Or as you can see, there is this channel of 2 years from the Baltic Sea to the North Sea, and Kaiser focused on them, but he didn't have the key right now, because it's a German experts will know there is a crossing location, it's a lock location, and I think you understand what I mean by this, and this is applicable for any season. This key area, you can go to the old ages or to the new ages, Marmara target area, and then we talk about the Dardanelles. This is really old, you know, between 800 to 200 BC. The Scythians, where the Hungary is right now, they're coming below, and then you've got the Cimmerians before that. When they were coming from the top, the old ancients, Egyptians came from the south, and then Phoenicians and Scythians, you got them. And then I'm going to talk in detail, and then I'll go fast. The Huns, they come from the north. In AD, about in 370 AD, from Hungary, they come all the way to where Bulgaria is, and also also Küçükçekmece in Turkey, and they say, okay, I am giving tax and I surrender, and then they cross here and Anatolia. Once they capture here, they capture everywhere. And the Romans, when the Romans captured this, you know who is against them? It is the Pontic states, and the Pontic states tell, if Istanbul falls, Istanbul Straits fall, Trabzon will be in danger. That's why they are waging war against them, because when you capture that area, the balance changes in that region. And coming forward, the Avars. They come from the north at about 580. They are fighting against the Romans with Sassanids. And Sassanids and Avars, some come from the west, northwest, and some come from the north, sieging, occupying from the sea and the land. And if you're going to capture Anatolia and the minor Asia, it is Istanbul that you must conquer. And because that Ansari is talking about this, they have to enter from there. If you want Anatolia, if you want domination in Malatya, you cannot let it loose. So eventually that needs to happen. And when you look at subsequently, what is the foundation of Greece? The UK Straits and the Marmara region. And what is done immediately? They think of Crete first, and then they give up, and then they go for the Peloponnese or the Aegean. They call it. It's a makeshift name, so they get half of that structure. And the second move is upper, and the third move is the Dardanelles. And what this is its importance of the Çanakkale Wars, the Gallipoli Wars. That's why they want it. And the UK is coming from the south, but the Gallipoli, what is one of the fronts there? The Russians come south from the Black Sea, and this is not much known in our history. It is not much voiced. One would control from the north and the other from the south. Otherwise, you couldn't eliminate the Ottoman state. That's why Malaysia, Pakistan, Indian Muslims, and all the African Muslims ran here. That's why they ran to help, because if the central collapses with the expression of the day, the entire geography would collapse. And in the present, U.S., particularly after the Second World War, they came with the Missouri warships and they anchored here. So that it was Istanbul that was the key location. And they don't think of controlling much, and they move to Dede Ağaç, just next to us. And this is not for nothing. And in China, that is Alexandropoli in Greece. But China, do they overlook them? And I'm going to talk about Suez, and they want to move up from there. And China gives loans and invests the most where? In Istanbul, because in motorway tenders, just look at the companies there and you will understand me better, because this is an important location. You have to have this place, and this is a key point. I think you understood my introduction, and now I'm going to talk on a piecemeal basis, part by part, and I'm going to move on to the second part. This Babul Mandab, because it's Asia and Europe, I wanted to include them. Generally, it's the Red Sea target area, the Gaza massacre that is all the way reaching genocide. And what's happening there? What's the reason for this? Because across the world, now Istanbul, after Istanbul and Marmara, in my opinion, the Red Sea is another key location because it's a strategic target area. If you cannot control that area, you cannot dominate the world. Ancient Egypt, where was it founded? Right here, actually. Once you control it towards Asia, Africa, it is that pond area, you move forwards, and subsequently, the first, the competitors, the big players, you know, the Assyrians, and there is, you know, the Kadesh Agreement. Where was it signed? It is right the corner of Palestine. Why do they sign it? Because Hittites were the great power, and they wanted to dominate the world. And they said, who is my competitor in the world? The Scythians and the Cimmerians in the north, and the ancient Egypt in the south. So what do? Because Mesopotamia is small. I'll go there, they say. So what's the target? The target is Suez. We used to call it Sinai in the past. Sinai and Suez are key locations. Once you capture them, you will settle it. I'm going to give you a striking example. The Huns. Now, they are founded in the north, right? The north of the Black Sea. But do they come here? Yes, they do. The Huns' eastern wing, the two commanders, come south and Erzurum, Malatya, Antioch line. They go all the way to Beirut, and the government in Egypt, they were obliged to sign an agreement. You know, the Huns were almost about to enter that region. That's why there was this Alexander the Great analogy. Look at their route, the Straits, Istanbul, and Dardanelles, and then Alexandria, and then they go to Egypt on the east. They don't go further. They don't go to Africa. After that, they go to Turkestan. That is the Fergana Valley. It is a key location. There are certain key locations for world domination, and I'm going to talk about them. How did England enter there? You know, Napoleon going to Egypt was not for nothing, because if you're going to open to Asia, you're either going to cross Istanbul, because Napoleon said there is no capital but Istanbul, so build that relationship there. They say they would be a competitor to England. It is correct, but once they enter it, they go to Java, to Anatolia, Mesopotamia. From there, they are going to go to Turkestan, because if you get that key location, that's what does England do? It is the pioneers of the U.S. They first enter these after the Spanish and the Portuguese in 622. They enter the key location in Amman and the Straits. In 1839, Aden they place in Bab el-Mandeb, and in 1822 they settle in Egypt, and from the north they are also going through Crimea. So they are trying to address it from both locations. So if in Asia you're going to have a dominance, then you don't have any other way out. And the US, when right after the Second World War, when they were about to dominate more than half of the Palestinian land, they had it from the United Nations to get to build an Israeli state there, because they want to enter themselves in the UK-controlled areas. They want to control the key location, Suez. So they hold the Asian part of this, and because they keep the Asian part of this, they settle there, right? And then, in an absolute way, if you're careful, the U.S. security, Israeli security belongs to U.S. If it's not, then that place is not Israel, because Israel's target and U.S. target. U.S. wants to use Israel to control this key location. I have an article that was published in the journal Independent Turkish, and the title is "The the U.S. is a base. Are they going to build a base in Gaza or a state there? And this is going to happen soon because this is how it happens there. In the past, this is how it happened. We saw this in the Babylonians and the Assyrians, and it's a 150-page book. So I'm just summarizing, and I'm going to go further. Gibraltar. And Gibraltar, the crossing of Europe from the south. So if you control Gibraltar, you control West Europe. Phoenicians, the Phoenicians and the West, when in Western Chronicles there is an injustice. Rome is emphasized, but it is not Rome, but the Phoenicians that are the big power, because they get the sovereignty from Egypt in 1200 and they control it until 1500, and actually Mauritania all the way in West Africa is the Phoenicians. So it's not only the Mediterranean power. Imagine one example, the Amavids, they entered Gibraltar in 711. Another example, England's Mediterranean sovereignty number one was they still hold it. It is Gibraltar that they entered in 1733. There is still an American base there, and they control that area. This is what Germans wanted to get and capture in the First and Second World Wars, and everyone wants to enter there under the pretense of trades. And the north of Morocco, you see chaos, but there are no coincidences in the world. You don't have coincidences in key locations. And after this Malay, in Turkey it is overlooked, this in the new era, new phase, they are going to be one of the hot topics across the world. My Malay colleagues and Indonesian colleagues, please be careful about this, because that region, do not call this the Southern China Sea. If you're calling it Southern China Sea, do not. That is the Malay Sea covered by Malays. So we need to change those concepts, because the UK during Chinese colonialism, we cannot use their maritime concepts. It is the Malay area, because around the sea belongs to the Malay people. There are 2 or 3 states, but they are all of Malay origin. And right now, it is China wants to move there. And in the Road and Belt Initiative, they want to cross the Malacca Straits or Sunda. The Sunda Straits, if the US holds the north, and India, when all it goes to the US side, China has an alternative to go from Sunda Straits to the Strait of Gutov. That sea is dangerous, but as an alternative with nuclear submarines, it could be much more possible. But is this something new? No. All the way to Mongolians, the Mongolians who control Chinese, they came there for the first time. And then subsequently the Portuguese went in 1511 to the Malacca Strait, and the English and the Dutch fought over this, and they saved themselves surrendering to the England, because they kept Indonesia and the others kept the north. And today this is of great importance, and of course the massacres in Myanmar are associated with this, which we mustn't forget. And I'm going real fast. And after this,
Merkezi Türkistan.
the central Turkestan,
Burası son derece önemli bir yer. Türklerin
this is very important, and this is one of the oldest Turkic states. How they govern the area. The biggest states,
önemli yer var.
there are two areas.
Hedef alanı ve Fergana bir mekanı.
The Fergana
Öbürü de
strategic location and the İdil Yayık, that is Volga and Ural rivers. And what controls this? If you control this, you control everything. You control a majority of Asia and Europe. And the Turks, whether it's with the Huns, with the Scythians, and with the Scythians, they fight. The Persians and the Scythians. All of it took place where? In the Fergana Valley, in Khorasan and Fergana Valley. An example, a striking example. Alexander the Great, first defeat took place. Don't call him defeated. He was defeated. Where was he defeated? The first key location, he crossed Istanbul, and he is in Gallipoli, Dardanelles. And then he captured Sinai, and then he walked to Khorasan and Azerbaijan, and from there he moved on to the Fergana Valley. And the Scythians in the Fergana Valley, they did something great. It was 300 BC. There were the Scythians, and you know we have this famous poem about Alpertunga, the leader, and they spread into the entire battlefield. But the Macedonians, what is their war theory? They fight side by side regularly, but we sort it out by arrows. But then Alexander the Great is defeated, and then he gets upset and he dies, you know. He goes to Afghanistan and dies. And the Fergana Valley. And the second example that is striking, once the Gökturks were collapsed and Uyghurs were founded, the Chinese come from the east, and East Turkestan, Tibet, East Turkestan, and West Turkestan, once they take it, they go to Talas. Where is Talas? It is on the north of Kyrgyzstan, and in between the Uyghur who is controlling. But Chinese are they hate Uyghurs because this was a big impact on their sovereignty. They saw that they couldn't fight against them, so they asked the help of the Muslims, and this is what we know as the Talas battle. It was this is where the battle, the Talas War of 751 CE took place. The Turks would accept Islam, and then the Chinese wouldn't go there until when? Until the English came to the region. And when did the English enter the Fergana Valley? The Russians came from the north, and when they went down from Aral Lake, entering Tashkent, English saw that the Fergana Valley was under threat, and they settled in Afghanistan in 1840. And then when they came to Bukhara, they went north further, and they gave Kashgar to China, which was their own colony state. And the East Turkestan, the reason is not Chinese. It was a British strategy that the Chinese holds them. And the US. At the date China started strengthening, them occupying Afghanistan. What was the reason for that? It is the same reason. And the Soviets, when it comes to earlier dates, in 1981, America's control and entrance into in Iran, after the revolution in Iran. What did they do? The Soviets, they entered Afghanistan, and then the U.S. intervened, and again, and then there was, after 9/11, they intervened there. Where did they go to? They went to Fargana Valley again. So it is the Panjshir Valley. You know that the tip of Afghanistan, it is the tip. There's a 10-kilometer line that leans against China. They settled there. So, and where the Rotten Belt Initiative, Chinese most important section in that RBI. Please show that map. That map that you drew. It's here. The arrow has two directions. One goes up from the north of Uzbekistan to Berlin and London, and the other will cross from Khorasan, Iran, and the Zengezur corridor, and through Anatolia they're going to move to Europe. Why is the U.S. chasing Zengezur corridor? And why there was the other day, Trump held a meeting about the Turkic states. First, Trump placed themselves in the Zengezur corridor. I said the U.S. wants to, is opening to Turkestan from Khorasan highway through Zengezur corridor, and look at the coincidence, they held a meeting about this a few days ago in the White House, and we will see this Fergana Valley a lot. Yes, the Baltics. And then we came towards the east. Let's look at the west of the Baltic. The cons. The further western point they went, the most historians wouldn't know European Huns. And they are controlling the Danish Straits. You know, this Denmark states, they're controlling it. Because if you're controlling in Eastern Europe, you must control the Danish Straits. How can I finish if my time is up but my presentation is not? You're right, but I am also right. Okay, I'm going fast. I'm going to give an example. The second issue, the Russians, they placed themselves in Petersburg, St. Petersburg. That's in the beginning of 1700s. That's why they're a great power. The U.S., you know, now that there is the Chinese-Russian collaboration, why did they take Finland into NATO? Because it is the Finland Straits, you know, between Estonia, where Petersburg is going to be cut off. And I think this has to do with many stories there, and what is the stories that are developing there are about this. And this is the Idil, Volga, or we call it in Turkish, they used to, or we refer to them as the Volga and Ural rivers. This is starting from the Cimmerians, starting from 2000 BC, they go all the way to 1500 AD. You know where the Russians first intervened? In 1550, they entered Kazan, and then 2 years later, they entered the Astrakhan. They are warning the Ottoman states. They say vacate that places, but they are not powerful. And the Don-Volga River, it was the project of the Russians to stop the Ottomans, and the previous map. A striking example here, right now, you see this Kazan line, the railroad, if you stop it, Russia would surrender in a day. The people there would surrender in 1 day. Yes, before the upper line, the Russians' oil and natural gas pipelines. And during the First World War, had the war lasted 1 more month, we would have been talking the Astrakhan War. in our history. Because when the Ottomans entered Dagestan, the British entered Turkmenistan in parallel from the east of the Black Sea. They entered Turkmenistan. Had it lasted a month longer, they would have met each other in Astrakhan. But because the war was over, we had to retreat, and then the British entered Baku, and they did the Baku massacre, and they would come from north. This is to understand the importance of Astrakhan, and in the subsequent days, the Russian Federation's position will be discussed, and we shouldn't forget these areas. So I'm moving on, Persian Gulf, and this is the road to the north crosses this. The British came here in 622, Hormuz, and Russian in 1828, where they wanted to do from the north to the south, towards the south, from the north. Our esteemed President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the minute Aras is used, and this is why actually they made a noise, because the British, when they saw that the Russians entered South Azerbaijan, they pushed Ottoman into the war, and the border was drawn as the Aras River. So Aras was a border there, a natural border from the south to the north. And right now, the Hormuz Straits is a very strategic location, and the United States control Oman. And when you look at the map, and the corner of the Hormuz Straits does not belong to UAE. The small area within that belongs to Oman, which belongs to the US. So Iran, when they crossing from the Persian Gulf, they need to greet the US, and even its oil pipeline, you know, they made a pipeline from Persia to the Indian Ocean, an oil pipeline, and that was an important note. I'm moving forward. I'm going to talk about Bering. We will be talking about Bering a lot. The Bering Straits, it used to be in the hands of Huns and Gökturks, and the Russian entered this place in 1700s. After they took Siberia, they went all the way to California, and when the US was, they bought Alaska back from the Russians, the US, and then they went to the Philippines. And China is pushing for this area, and the Japanese, you know, it was even more scarier than Pearl Harbor. Those islands on the southern part of Alaska, they attacked there, and then the US went crazy, because if they go there, US will be under threat. It would go to Pacific, to the other side, and it was extremely dangerous. And the last thing that I will tell you is the area that Trump wants to buy, the other side. This is very important actually, because he says, I want to buy Greenland. This is what it's about. The ice is melting. The road will be shorter from the north, crossing Bering, and the northern ice sea, which is the Arctic pole, there are two exits. One, I said it was the Bering, and the other is from the west. That is the Norwegian Straits. It was the key location of the Norway Sea. It wasn't an EU member, but it is by the US. It used to be by the UK. If you look at the Norway map, it merges Russia, Sweden, Finland, and they don't have a soil there, because that's a special British design, a former. In old maps and chronicles, you see it that way. And this is the Baffin. People don't know the word Baffin Gulf. I didn't write it, but you will see it next. You know, America's love for Canada has to do with Trump's Baffin Bay. That's a key location. If Canada pushes it, they know what kind of fragments can fall it. So they are, US is very careful about Baffin. Sorry, I exceeded my time, but I had to complete it. So if a state wants to be a major power across the world, you shouldn't attack every soil, every land. You just enter the key locations. For instance, Turkey is in the Samarkian island. When Turkey wants to do something about tourism, this was my view. I said that region is inside the bottle. What is important is Suez, Sinai, or Bab el-Mandeb. Bab el-Mandeb, the base is in Djibouti. You know it. It was French base, then Chinese, then Japanese, then American base. In this small country, there are 3 or 4 bases, and there's more to come. Thank you for your patience and listening to me. Thank you very much.
İstanbul Üniversitesi Tarih Bölümünden Profesör Doktor Sayın Ali Arslan Beyefendi'ye kıymetli konuşmaları için teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi de Sudan İstanbul Başkonsolosu Sayın Osama Mahcup Hasan Dirar Beyefendi'yi konuşmalarını yapmak üzere kürsüye davet ediyorum. Buyurun efendim.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الأخ الكريم مليح سادات.
My dear brother Melih Tanrıverdi and our brothers and sisters at Assam Foundation, I would like to thank you and the organizers of this international congress, all the academics. May Allah's compassion be on you. I would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to address this conference. It's an honor to address you here about the recent developments in Sudan. Maybe this may sound irrelevant since our topic is Asia, but there is always something that connects all of our causes together. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been following what's happened in Sudan, particularly in recent days. Events unfolded in a quick way. To offer a background, since the war started in Sudan in 2023, we have seen a significant humanitarian crisis, which may be the worst in the history of Sudan. And it is one of the most important crisis in the history of Africa, and I'm talking about a tragedy. More than 12 million Sudanese have been forced to migrate, and many cities were reduced to ghost towns, and all education and health and development institutions came to stop. And this is not just a humanitarian crisis, it is not just an internal military conflict. We can call it a proxy war. Many external forces have been involved, which poured gas on the flames of war, and as a result, the humanitarian disaster and the humanitarian tragedy took place which affected the lives of millions of innocent civilians. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, by this occasion, I would like to send my prayers for the martyrs of war in Sudan. There was a tragedy which saddened the whole world. As we can see today, unfortunately, many people have suffered and the wounds are still fresh. And the devastation in the city of Fashira and the violations and the atrocities and the crimes committed by the militia. The pain and suffering has engulfed the whole city, and unfortunately the hospitals have been a place of tears and bloodshed. And unfortunately, massacres and genocides and forced displacement happened in front of our eyes, and they happened in an explicit and undeniable way. This damning test for the conscience of humans. Our duty as humans is to make a call to action. Let us stop this damning silence and call for a mobilization of regional and international actors to stop the bloodshed and to heal the wounds and to stop these militia and their sponsors and to persecute the people who committed these crimes against the people of Sudan. According to the UN reports, we see that 25 million people in Sudan are in urgent need of humanitarian aid. There are 10 million refugees in the country. Millions of people have been forced to migrate to other countries like Egypt, Chad, Ethiopia, which is quite painful. And the healthcare system has completely collapsed. Hospitals have been torn down in many cities. There is no access to medication, and there are epidemic diseases, particularly women and children suffer from lack of access to food. So there is an urgent need for aid, not for food, but also for education, social protection, and water, and social channels of life so that the country restores its stability. Unfortunately, the situation here is currently very sad. The militia have seized control of several cities, and they also there have been recent calls to militias to leave the city of El Fashir, but they did not yield any results. So all countries should take urgent action and should offer financial support and play an active role to stop the militia and their sponsors and stop all the violations in Darfur and other cities. And we need to create humanitarian corridors for humanitarian aid. I just wanted to shed light on all this pain because I believe it is something very important, and we need to understand the reasons of these events. We need to take into consideration the humanitarian values as well. And we need to we believe this aggression against the people of Sudan is also a part of the aggression against the people of Palestine, and it aims to break the resistance of the people of Palestine, and the goal is to seize control of natural resources via conflict and by force of hand. The things that happened in Syria and Libya in the past is currently unfolding in Sudan. My dear brothers and sisters, we need to understand the size of this devastation, and we need to rebuild our country. And on the other hand, the militias receive unlimited support from some Muslim countries in the Gulf region, which act as the proxy of Israel, and they intervene in the sovereignty of other countries, and they export evil. The United Arab Emirates is the country I'm talking about. Their projects like Abraham Accords and other projects, they are targeting our countries to implement these projects. Currently, this is what they are doing in Sudan, and they are trying to redesign the map of the whole region. And this conspiracy is a comprehensive one, and unfortunately, there are some countries supporting this project. Against this project, unfortunately, many countries have remained silent, and as the international agreements and rights have been violated, the silence continued, and the militia received all kinds of support, military and financial support, without interruption. The Sudan tried to raise the issue on the agenda of the United Nations. However, we were not successful. There is no international justice. We see that justice does not work against powerful countries. Unfortunately, we see some weak countries also try to crush other weak countries. We need to remember one thing. We cannot look the other way when all these things happen. We need to raise awareness about the unity of humanity. Our unity will be a castle protecting us against all devastation and all kinds of conspiracy. We need to support the unity of humans, and we need to start this unity in Sudan, and we need to expand this unity to cover all Arab nations and all peace-loving nations. Although this conspiracy is supported by many, I believe some people will act selflessly against these actions with the spirit of fraternity. Despite the depths of this tragedy, despite this tragedy, the armed forces of Sudan is trying to do its best to protect the territories and the sovereignty of Sudan, and it is trying to meet the urgent needs of the people of Sudan. And in many cities, refugees are trying to go back to their hometowns. We have started the reconstruction process. We have started the normalization process. And the people of Sudan are hopeful that their cause will provide and their country will restore its stability. And as you know, according to NGO reports, some of the regions have been liberalized from the militias, particularly with the efforts of the armed forces. Taking this opportunity, I would like to extend my gratitude to Aslam Foundation for organizing this event and for empathizing with the pains suffered by the Ummah and working to find solutions to these problems. Since the first ballot was shot in Sudan, we have seen that all officials and private companies and NGOs have worked very hard to support the rightful cause of Sudan. And they adopted a very strong stance and they supported the oppressed people. I would like to thank the Turkish people, particularly President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. In his speeches and in his statements, he always supported us, particularly at this summit organized by TRT World and at the roundtable meeting of countries supporting Sudan. He said, what is happening in Sudan is an atrocity and we should not remain silent to it. And I would like to thank everyone who has supported the oppressed people of Sudan in this process. With their wealth and with their dignity, the people of Sudan will rise again. And we see that these conferences are very important. We are discussing many topics in depth, and the events that take place in the east and south of Africa are also connected to the global developments, and they will have some spillover effects in the other parts of the world as well. Thank you very much. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullah ve Berekatuhu.
Sudan İstanbul
Thank you, Sudan Istanbul Consul General Osama Hasan Cirar. Now we are going to have a 20-minute break because I know the guests are getting up for their own coffee break, but our interpreters are very tired. So see you at 12:15 and have a nice rest.
Dear guests, our break time is over. Please take your seat in the conference hall. Kıymetli konuklar, mola süremiz sona ermiştir. Lütfen
Distinguished guests, our break is over. Please let us take our seats in the hall.
Dear guests, our break time is over. Please take your seat in the conference hall. Yani bu KDV'ye dahil. Arapçam yok. ...20 dakikalık molamızın ardından...
After our 20 minutes break, with the attendance of our speakers, our congress is continuing. Now we have Mardin Artuklu University's Professor Ziya Polat. We are going to continue with his speech, and I would like to invite him to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin. Esselatu vesselamu ala Resulina Muhammedin ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ecmaîn. Kıymetli başkanım,
Distinguished Chair,
muhterem hocalarım,
esteemed professors,
kıymetli misafirler,
dear guests,
başkanım düzenlemiş olduğunuz sempozyuma hoş geldiniz.
welcome to the symposium held by Assam.
Bu sempozyum
I would like to thank Assam and its esteemed team for organizing this conference. This is a very significant task, and hopefully this will be an opportunity for auspicious results.
müsaadenizle
With your permission, my speech
küresel stratejiler
will be focused outside global strategies, and I will be addressing the spirit and the mind.
şu çerçeveden konuşacağım.
Now, it is going to consist of, I'm going to interpret the process that starts with the second Vienna defeat, and I'm going to focus on the mental changes, if possible, and then we will see where we are headed and where we are at right now. And then I'm going to make a future history, to interpret the future and where do we need to go. And this is the gist of my presentation. Distinguished guests, as you know, the Second Vienna Siege was a breaking point for the Ottomans. The traditional Islamic system and order, the self-confidence, was shattered after the Second Vienna Siege, and a new process began. Following the 60 16-year wars in 1699, with the Ottoman lost its first big lands soiled with the Treaty of Karlowitz in 1699, and that order couldn't continue, so they started to decline, withdraw, and this led to the gradual collapse of the Ottomans, as the signs indicated. And naturally, when all these were happening, the rulers of the Ottomans, the intellectuals of the Ottomans, because they continue with its territorial losses, and they started thinking of what to do to prevent all this. And they started coming up with proposals for solutions and recommendations. And there were many articles and many proposals and advices that were written. There were many texts as to what should be done. And I'm using it in quotation marks to use it to that welfare age, to go back to that period where it had a proper welfare order, and it was called the era of happiness, and the new era, they call it, with the new schools and with the reforms at the state level, which are to no avail. And they couldn't create any impact, and even if it's impactful, it's limited. So it continued in an intensive and grave way. And where do we go? We go all the way to the Tanzimat era, with the as they call the Vakai Hayriye of the Ottomans. And these debates continued during the Tanzimat, that is the Reformation era. And there was an interesting chronicle, and there was the Andalusian chronicles start emerging. And they start holding dramas, making dramas and plays about the Andalusians. And there are two objectives for doing this among the Ottoman intellectual circles. Number one is those who cannot make direct recommendations to the state, that state understanding that doesn't allow this. So in order to give indirect advice, you know, Ziya Pasha has this history of Andalusia, which is the most important indicator. There is a double interpretation: the conquest and the collapse of Andalusia, and they don't make a reference to the foundation process of the Ottomans. What was the mentality when Andalusia was conquered? This was the sincerity, the frankness, you know, in burning bridges or burning ships, both mentality-wise and physically, in literal terms. And that unity was shown as an example. And they say that at the time of the conquest, that unity and that warriorship, that decisiveness, that determination was on the table. That's why they were able to conquer it. But then subsequently, for this unity, solidarity that lasted 3 or 4 centuries, it then, the Tawavul Fuluk structures, which divided and divided, so the Muslims started fighting each other, and on the other hand, they started fighting with the kings of the West, and they started fighting the feudal system of the West. So Andalusia eternally went out from Muslim and Ottoman hands. This indicates a fear. They say, will the Ottomans end up like this? will we end up like this? So that's why these are inscribed and they are placed before the state rulers and they are placed before the community, and they say we need to get lessons out of this. If you are unable to get the necessary lessons from this, this is what's going to happen to us. The fate of the Andalusian Muslims will fall upon us, they say. And these debates continue, and the opinion is as follows. The collapse of the Ottomans is inevitable. It is inevitable that the Ottomans will exit from the stage. So in order not to become a second Andalusia, what should we do? There's a shift from pessimism and from destruction or devastation. We need to create a point of resistance. That up till what point will we retreat, withdraw? We need to stop somewhere, and that is Anatolia. Anatolia, we need to stand firm on the Anatolian territory so that we do not end up like as a second Andalusian case. And the debates continued upon that. And the reflections of this we see in poetry and in literature. For example, I would like to read an example from Mehmet Akif Ersoy, from Akif, the poet. This is a part of the Necip villages. Send us that divine light, and it's enough. It's been centuries, and people are fed up with it, and we need a morning. So give us wave by wave. So your Islam is mirage inside you. So this is the expression of a devastation. But there is something else that is born out of this. And we talked about the intellectuals, the resistance, and Akif is one of them. And in order to stop this collapse, and they choose Akif also talk about Asim's generation, and he creates a resistance point, and they complete each other. And after the defense succeeds in Anatolia, it changes about Asim's generation. So they say the strong areas. So the poem depicts Anatolia and the Ottoman state as weakened morally and politically fragmented, but it says, do not let them walk over my body. So that Asim is indeed a generation, and they didn't allow my body to be walked over, they say. And that resistance in Anatolia ends up victorious in the generation of Asim. So it's a duality, because there is a mental and geographical resistance point, because it says, oh, Anatolian lands shattered and weary, cities crumble and moral pillars fall, and the Asim stands firm and let Anatolia awaken to a new dawn. But then what happens afterwards, the Khilafat was abolished, and that was a second disappointment, because it would have been the center of Ottomans and a new structure would emerge, but what was dreamed and what was conceived did not take place. Again, we see a disappointment, and the summit of this we see in Arif Nihat Asya in his native Sharif. Now, who remember you, the poor person, and you were the wing and you were the owner of the poor people. Where are you, O prophet, and where are you, O messenger? And where should we go from this world, Muhammad? And there is hypocrisy, and it is going in its golden age, and they say Abullah has died, and Abullah has not died, Muhammad, and Abu Jahl is walking from continent to continent. So this is a disappointment disappointment, and we see something else. The geographical resistance is completed, and now we need a mental resistance, and we see it in Sezai Karakoç's pen with the resurrection generation and building that. And Sezai Karakoç says, particularly in the poem called Masal, that was his seventh son, he is referred to it. So I would like to read that part. I love that poem by Sezai Karakoç, and it is a very... The seventh son grew up looking at the trees, and they have found the secret of the summers, and the dry leaves, they wanted to try it, and they reached dawn, and in the biggest plaza of the western city, he begged to Allah, and he said, let them not change me. And then all of a sudden he received an inspiration, and he started digging, and the Westerners gathered around him, but he didn't look at them. He kept digging, and then he was in the soil halfway, and the crowd was very big, and then he turned and he talked. He said, "Oh Westerners, without knowing, you have swallowed the 6 sons, and I'm the 7th son, and I want to be buried here. My father died for the sorrows of my brothers, and I don't want to make my father's soul sick. Bury me without changing. I want to die as an Easterner. You have the one power that changing the person before you. There is so much change. Even if you kill me, I will not get out of this. My bones will change, and it's going to become dust. My soul will not change, and you have talked for nothing, and you waited for me to go out, but that it melted day by day, but it resisted, and the ground split and the sky split, but he turned into a pillar out of holy light and reached to the sky, and the Westerners couldn't remove this column. They are still healed, visiting him, and those who have the most merciless wounds, and those who have been hit in the heart, and those who carry a trace of them of humanity in their hearts. Dear professors, dear friends, from the second Vienna siege to the present, Sezai Karakoç, the 7th son of the East, that creates a ground, a platform for us, and we need to step on this ground, and all of these are preparation stages for us. But using this platform, we need to go a point further. This should be, it is not the 7th son of the East, it is the 8th sons and 8 daughters of the East. That is going to be the next stage. We need to say something else. A future vision, a future horizon needs to be put on the table in this structure. And we do have data in our hands about this. Perhaps we could call them a generation of conquest. We need to build a spirit of conquest, and this conquest shouldn't be geographical. It should be in the hearts, in the minds, and in the souls of these individuals. The existing despair or hopelessness that we are going to, the point resistance, but this resistance is entirely melted. There is no longer resistance from this point forward, because we have conquered ourselves. We will step on that resistance, and we will focus on identity, character, youth and generation should create a structure that can change others. So we should be able to change. We should be able to transform and influence the other other party with the structures, with the generations that we create. And when we succeed in that, I am sure that, as it was mentioned several times, we're going to have the Islamic unity, and that is going to take place on its own. And do not fear of being changed, but we should demand changing others. So thank you very much for being with me, listening to me, and may Allah bless your souls.
Şunu başkanıma hediye etsek mi?
Haç sınırlarla mücadelenin önderleri diye Ayşe Hoca ile bir seri çalışıyoruz. Bu birinci kitabımız Sultanlar. Bunun devamı
Tamam.
Tamam, eyvallah. Olsun.
Siz zahmet etmeyin. Ben kendimi tanıtırım, anlatırım.
Teşekkür edeyim. Sizi takdim edeyim sonra.
İsterseniz bekleyebilirsiniz.
Mardin Artuk
Üniversitesi Tarih Bölümünden Profesör
Professor Ziya Polat from Mardin Artuklu University Department of History. Thank you very much. From the same university, Associate Professor Ayşe Çekiç will now take the floor to make her presentation.
Esselamu Aleyküm kıymetli Hazirun.
Assalamu alaikum, distinguished Assam President, Vice President, and the organizers of this Congress. Thank you very much. Since yesterday, we have listened to many presentations. I don't have much to add to those presentations. I would like to talk about specific concepts on the basis of my past studies, and I would like to emphasize a concept, identity and conflict, as the previous speaker mentioned. The Muslims not revising themselves was also studied by the Western scholars. Particularly during the stagnation and the resolution process of Ottoman, the states revising itself should not be analyzed as an internal revision. For many years, the Western intentions about the Islamic world should also be taken into consideration to understand this process. The Belgian historian Henry Plane has a theory. He says that if it was not for the Prophet Muhammad, Shahman would not happen. So, Charlemagne would not happen. He meant to say that starting from 7th century, the Prophet Muhammad, to achieve the mission of Islam, undertook some activities and quickly surrounded the Mediterranean region and moved on to become a global empire, and the Mediterranean Sea became under the dominance of Islam. And considering the historical categorization of the Western, he says that the Islam's spread triggered the Middle Ages. If the Islam would not spread, the medieval era would not happen, and after that, Charlemagne would not come to bring everyone together to create a power circle and create an empire and an argument to ensure the unity of Christianity. This profound argument suggested by Planner in many years ago should be analyzed very well, and I would like to say that Pranman, when coming up with this theory, some opposed it, some agreed with him, and today it has been proved null and void. But in 20th century, according to history, this argument of Planman actually says what happened to the West during the medieval ages is directly related to the spread of Islam. So this is a very profoundly analyzed topic, and in 20th century it addresses us from the mind of Pranman. But is this argument only owned by Pranman? No. When we look at the Western mind, for many years I have been studying the Crusaders, the Crusader campaigns, and when we look back, the superpowers against Islam were the Byzantine Empire and the Sassanids in Egypt, the Middle East, and in the Southeast Anatolia, the Islam became dominant and demolished the Sassanid Empire and became superior to the Byzantine Empire. And from that time, an intellectual opposition started against Islam, and the action taken against Islam was the Crusader campaigns. And when the Crusader campaigns started, they were not just actual campaigns. There was also an intellectual campaign aimed at creating a new generation. How do we know that? The Crusaders themselves said this. What is the Crusader campaigns? Until for 200 years, until 1591, the Catholic Western countries organized a colonialist campaign against the Muslim world. When doing that, their argument was as follows. God wants us to do this. Jesus will be our guide in this campaign. He is our commander. There were also economic challenges and political crises, but I would like to emphasize that today we are talking about the Jews and the promised lands. But I believe the idea was given by the Christians to the Jews because Christ and God is turned into a source of command by the Christians. So they channelized their intentions via Jesus and God. Whenever there were social and economic problems, the people would resort to crime and sin. And when there is no material solution, an immaterial solution would be a remedy. And Crusaders was the remedy back then. Many Crusaders united against the flag, united under the flag of Crusaders. It's quite anachronic. Jesus Christ always said, "Turn your other cheek when someone hits you." He was tolerant. He did not suggest invading other countries. So we see that the Crusaders gave legitimacy to their imperial intentions using religion, and this gives them a strong background. We should not ignore that. So how were the Muslims positioned as the others during the Crusaders? These are not my words. Sir William, a Crusader historian and a clergyman who is dedicated to the spirit of Crusaders, says Muhammad was born. He is the son of devil. He created this religion called Islam, and problems emerged in the Eastern world. So the starting point was the idea that Islam was a perversive, deviant religion. So it's not by coincidence that Crusaders started. At the start of the Crusader campaigns was associated with the spread of Islam. Muslims were positioned as opposed to the Crusaders, so they invented they invented an enemy for the long term, and on the basis of that they built their own identity. We don't know that in the East. We don't know how to empower ourselves by humiliating others, but it's an ordinary thing for the Westerners. During the first Crusader campaigns, when we look at the treatment of Muslims, we can understand the meaning of that. In Urfa, Antakya, Marutulumman, there were massacres against Muslims. At one point, they thought they did not get any war spoils from Muslims, and they started accusing Muslims. They said Muslims probably swallowed their gold coins before the Crusaders arrived. They even suggested burning the bodies to get the coins out. So what they are doing against Muslims today is the same idea, actually. They are inventing enemies and others and building their own identity on that idea. Matthew Paris. I would like to use some pictures from his writings in 14th century. He used pictures to depict historical events. He suggested that Prophet Muhammad, he painted the idea that Prophet Muhammad was the son of the devil. He painted a picture of a human and a snake. He says it is Muhammad. Today, this is the medieval version of the caricatures against Islam that we see today. He used various visuals to desecrate the Islamic values, such as pork. Pork is forbidden to Muslims, but Mekki was a very clever man. He pictured Prophet Muhammad on a pig, and on the parchments held by Prophet Muhammad, he emphasizes that Islam is a religion of prostitution and other sins. This is something that is done to create others and enemies out of the people who are not like themselves. And the Roman way of thinking is quite similar to the Crusader way of thinking. And it did not end with the Crusader campaigns. We saw the same thing during the Ottoman era. During the resolution period of the Ottoman Empire, beyond ill-speaking of Muslims, they went beyond that. They said Islam was a religion that is beyond reason, and they organized conferences, and they said Islam was not consistent with the humanity. Namık Kemal also wrote a paper against that argument. Why did Namık Kemal do this? Was that necessary? We may think it's unnecessary, but maybe the conditions of the time forced him to do that. And at the present situation, when the idea of Ummah stopped its existence after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, the Western countries started describing Islamic countries as terrorist countries. There are two very good examples. After 9/11, there was a very important argument for us. I believe it was in 2017. There was an attack against a mosque in New Zealand. 51 Muslims were killed, and the person who killed Muslims at the mosque was a 20-year-old person. Actually, it's the caricature of a human being. People in New Zealand, did they really set out from New Zealand to become a crusader? No, the crusaders came to the eastern lands. Here we see one thing. The Western communities reached some societies, turned them into Christians, and exported their own mentality to these territories, and exported these instruments to create enemies and others out of these communities. I would like to remember Ibn Khaldun here. The past and the future are only as similar as the water and soil are similar. If we do not learn from the past, we may relive the same scenarios again in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bu bilgilendirici.
Thanks for this fluent and informative speech, Associate Professor Ayşe Çekiç from Mardin Artuklu University. Thank you. And today we were expecting to see among us, he couldn't join, India Aligarh Muslim University's Professor Ghulam Mursalim sent us a video, and now we're going to watch that video, and I hope you enjoy it.
Congress dignitaries on the rise and of the rise. Learned scholars, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Assalamu alaikum. The topic I had chosen was saved in my system, but unfortunately I am unable to open it due to some technical problems. Therefore, I realized that I will make a presentation on a different topic, that is balancing power and peace, Turkey's strategic role in Azerbaijan-Armenia geopolitical crisis. That also relates with the Congress theme. This presentation explores how Turkey has shaped, influenced and transformed the dynamics of the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, particularly focusing on its dual role as a regional power and a peace broker. Introduction. The Armenia-Azerbaijan geopolitical crisis centers on a long-term the long-standing dispute over the Nagorno-Karabakh region. The area historically inhabited by Armenians but unfortunately recognized as part of Azerbaijan has been a flashpoint of tension since the late Soviet period. Turkey, a regional power and active Turkey, a regional power with strong ethnic and linguistic ties with Azerbaijan, has played an active role in supporting Baku politically, militarily and diplomatically. The purpose of this paper is to analyze Turkey's strategic role in balancing its power projection with peace-building efforts in the South Caucasus. Historical background. The roots of the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict trace back to the early 20th century when both nations emerged from the collapse of the Ottoman and Russian empires. During this Soviet era, Nagorno-Karabakh was granted autonomous status within the Azerbaijan SSR American, despite its Armenian majority population. With the disintegration of the Soviet Union in 1991, these tensions reignited into a full-scale war that lasted until 1994, leaving Armenia in control of Nagorno-Karabakh and several adjacent Azerbaijani territories. The geopolitical importance of the South Caucasus. The South Caucasus is a strategic crossroads connecting Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. It is rich in energy resources and serves as a vital corridor for pipelines such as the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan and Trans-Anatolian natural gas pipeline. The region is a focal point of competition among major powers including Russia, Iran and Turkey, each seeking to expand their influence, control over transport and energy routes through this region, has direct implications for regional security and global energy politics. Turkey's historical relations. Turkey's relations with the Azerbaijan are deeply rooted in shared ethnic and linguistic ties. Encapsulated by the phrase "one nation, two states," conversely, Turkey's relationship with Armenia has been fraught due to the unresolved disputes over the 1915 events, which Armenia and many Western countries recognized as genocide, a level Turkey rejects. Since 1993, Turkey has kept its border with Armenia closed in solidarity with Azerbaijan, following the occupation of Azerbaijani territories by Armenian forces. The 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh War. In September 2020, renewed clashes escalated into a 44-day war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, with Turkish military and technological support, particularly through the deployment of Bayraktar TB2 drones and strategic intelligence. Azerbaijan achieved significant territory gains. The war ended with a Russia-brokered ceasefire on 10 November 2020, which redefined the regional balance of power. Turkey emerged as a key player, playing a monitoring role alongside Russia in the post-war arrangement. Turkey's strategic role. Turkey's involvement in the conflict represents a calculated blend of hard and soft power. Militarily, Ankara supported Azerbaijan with advanced weaponry training and logistical coordination. Diplomatically, Turkey amplified Azerbaijan's position in international forums, framing its action as enforcement of international law and territorial integrity. Post-war, Turkey took part in joint peacekeeping efforts and promoted reconstruction projects in the liberal territories. Regional power balancing. Turkey's growing influence in the South Caucasus challenges Russia's traditional dominance in the region. Although Moscow and Ankara have divergent interests, their cooperation through the Joint Peace Monitoring Center in Afghan demonstrates a pragmatic approach. Iran, meanwhile, views the Turkey-Azerbaijan axis with suspicion, fearing enrichment and loss of regional leverage. The United States and European Union, traditionally involved through the OSCE Minsk group, have seen their mediation roles diminish. Economic and energy dimensions. Turkey's economic interests are closely tied with its strategic energy policy. The South Caucasus forms a crucial part of Turkey's ambition to become a regional energy, linking Caspian energy supplies to European markets. Projects like BTC and TNP not only strengthen Ankara's economic ties with Baku, but also enhance its geopolitical leverage. The proposed Zanjir corridor connecting Azerbaijan to Nakhchivan through Armenia would further consolidate Turkey's access to Central Asia. Peace building and soft power. Beyond military and economic engagement, Turkey employs soft power to shape post-conflict narratives. Turkish agencies such as TIKA and the Yunus Emre Institute promote cultural and educational exchanges. Turkey also supports reconstruction projects in Azerbaijan, helping to rebuild infrastructure and resettle displaced populations. These efforts aim to project Turkey as both a protector of Turkic unity and a constructive peace actor. Criticism and challenges. Despite its achievement, Turkey's role has faced criticism from multiple fronts. Some Western governments, analysts accuse Ankara of militarizing the conflict and pursuing neo-Ottoman ambitions. Domestically, Turkey must balance nationalist expectations with diplomatic pragmatism. The Armenia-Turkey normalization process remains fragile, hindered by deep-seated mistrust and diaspora politics. Moreover, Turkey's balancing act between Russia, NATO, and Iran continues to pose strategic risks. Conclusion. Turkey's involvement in the Azerbaijan-Armenia conflicts has transformed the geopolitical landscape of the South Caucasus through military support, energy diplomacy, and cultural engagement. Ankara has positioned itself as both a regional power broker and a potential peace facilitator. However, sustaining peace requires inclusive diplomacy, respect for sovereignty and economic cooperation among all regional actors. Turkey's future influence will depend on its ability to balance assertiveness and constructive engagement, ensuring that our projection aligns with long-term regional stability. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Hindistan
India Aligarh Muslim University's Professor Ghulam Mursaleen was with us, and we would like to thank him in his absence. And right now we're going to have a certificate ceremony, and now I would like to invite Assam Chair Mr. Melih Tanrıverdi on stage, and I would like to invite Professor Ziya Polat to receive his award of appreciation.
İyi ama siz takip etmiyor musunuz? Kusura bakmayın hocam.
Dışarıda duymadılar.
Akış hepinizde var.
Ertuğrul Yavuz Bey'i anons edebilir miyiz? Gelsin.
Ertuğrul,
Ertuğrul Yavuz Bey.
o mu takdim edecek? Assam üyemiz Ertuğrul Yavuz Beyefendi.
Assam member Ertuğrul Yavuz is invited on stage.
Direniş ve diriliş, sonra da fetih. Direniş 3 adım. Direniş. Çok güzel sunum yaptılar, çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Direnişle başladı, sonra diriliş, sonra fetih dönemi. Yani bu 3 ayrı dönemi Ali Hocam, o diyor, stratejik haritada bir yere yazmak lazım. İnşallah. Onu epey fazla. Yani o çok önemli. Çok teşekkür ederim.
Profesör Doktor Ziya Polat Beyefendi'ye
Professor Ziya Polat, thank you for your contributions. Right now, Assam Deputy Chair, Mr. Ali Joshar, is invited on stage, and Associate Professor Ayşe Çekiç is invited on stage to receive her certificate.
Ali Bey, çok teşekkür ederim. Ağzınıza sağlık. Benim için Allah razı olsun. Ayşe Çekiç'e verir misiniz? Siz. Tamam, eyvallah. Tamam, eyvallah. Teşekkür ederim. Ayşe hocamıza da çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Aynı taşlı gibi bir sunum yaptı. Ali Bey'le beraber. Allah razı olsun. Bir de siz sevdiniz. Hristiyanlığın bu denli belirleyici olduğunu Ayşe hocamızdan biliyoruz. Yani hakikaten teşekkür ederim. Eyvallah, çok teşekkür ederim.
kıymetli konuklar 75
Distinguished guests, we have a 75-minute lunch break. No, No, no, we are going to, the time is being changed.
1 saat olarak güncel.
We are renewing it as 1 hour. So please be in this hall at 2:15. That is 1 hour later. We are going to have lunch served at the same cafeteria as yesterday. Right after the break, we're going to have 5 sessions in the form of a panel, and the first 3 are parallel sessions, and the remaining 2 will be parallel sessions. And we would like to wish you a nice rest.
Esselamun Aleyküm ve Rahmetullah.
Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullah ve Berekatuhu.
Öncelikle
First of all,
değerli kadar
I would like to
faydalı ve bize de zannederim
thank you very much for organizing this very beneficial event that has left deep traces in all of us. The Assam President, his deputies, and all members at all levels. I would like to thank you from the depths of my heart.
önümüzdeki yıllarda
Inshallah, these events
yeni şeyler
will
konular
continue in the future.
Devam eder.
Will continue in the future with a expanded
Devam ederiz diye
scope, and we will be able to contribute to them.
kısımlar dünden bu ana kadar
Since yesterday until now, we have heard presentations from various perspectives, but from now on, we will have a different format. Each presentation will focus on a different topic,
ve kapsamına alt başlıklarına uygun olan bir takım
and we will be hearing papers that are closely related to the title of the Congress. So I would like to invite my colleagues to the floor.
hocamız
We have 4 speakers. Ramazan Akgül,
takip ediyorum. Ondan sonra Abdülmecid el-Cüzani kardeşimize,
Abdülmecid Al-Cüzani,
Abdülhabir Muhtari kardeşimize
Abdülhabir Muhtari,
davet ediyorum. Evet, müsaade ederseniz ben oturup
If you allow me, as the moderator, I would like to make an introduction to the session, and I would like to deliver my own presentation, and I will be handing it over to my colleagues later. So,
şeyin aslında güzel yanlarından biri
the nice thing about this event, although we are delayed, at one point we can complete our program with a slight delay. So we have approximately 90 minutes in this session, and each speaker will be making presentations for 15 minutes each. Geopolitics of morality, the Yesevi spirit and the construction of unity in the Muslim world. When we look at the theme of the Congress, we focus on the crisis in the Turkestan region and the search for solutions. So in my presentation, I will be focusing on this theme. The territory that we call Turkestan was long ruled by a communist regime, and in early 1990s, it declared its independence, and until now, they try to consolidate their independence. They were trying to establish economic self-sufficiency, and with their underground resources, they started an integration process with the West, and they were trying to develop themselves in this area. But there were certain important steps taken in this process. A union of Turkic states was established in 2021, and which was a very positive development. However, despite these positive developments, there is still a gap, in my opinion. And I think this gap is the most important thing. The organization of Turkic states. In this organization, they mainly focus on the unity of language, unity of alphabet, and trade. Of course, these topics are important. When we talk about the organization of Turkic states, it is important that these states have a shared language, shared alphabet, and shared trade activities. But if we cannot ensure the moral infrastructure of this unity, after some time, all of these richnesses will only serve to the worldly matters, and we will have conflicts of interest. And after some time, these conflicts of interest will undermine our world, and just like we did in the past, past, we may have to submit to the imperialist powers. So this is what we mean by the Yesevi spirit. The spirit started by Hoca Ahmed Yesevi in the 12th century, starting from Turkestan region, stretching all the way to Anatolia, a movement of Islamization, moralization, and turning tasawwuf into something that the regular people can understand and giving a direction to our society, showing guidance to our society. This is the spirit we are talking about. Because if you cannot do that, regardless of the institutions you have, if those institutions don't have a spirit, those institutions are destined to die. So how do we do that? If we look beyond Turkestan, if we look at the world, in 21st century, 3 or 4 issues have unfortunately deeply hurt the Islamic world and the Turkic world. They disrupted the unity between those states and minimized the morality between them. What are these factors? The first one is imperialism. The other one is the socialism and communism, just like we saw in the Turkestan region. Another one is the ethnic nationalism that affected a wider area. Another factor is the source of the problems that we have in this region, particularly in Turkey and in the Middle East, which is secularism. Particularly secularism has an invisible impact. Of course, socialism and imperialism have their own ideologies. They have a concrete roadmap. But secularism, without being visible, eliminates the morality in the society and pulls religion away from the center of the society and locks it into the doors and mosques. And people have to keep Quran on the walls of their homes. And the religion is turned into a personal choice rather than a social concept. So socialism undermined the morality in Turkestan region. Imperialism did it all around the world, and secularism took the social aspect of religion and locked it into the homes of people. So if we want to rise again, we have to have a moral restoration period. This is what we mean by the Yesevi spirit. What should we do? In 12th and 13th century, Yesevi started this spirit, and we need to update that spirit from Turkestan to Anatolia, from Anatolia to the Balkans and to the whole Islamic world. We need to update it and restore it with a new enthusiasm, with a new moral perspective, with a new shared identity, with hikmah and irfan. Of course, the Western imperialism offered us knowledge. It imposed on us the idea that knowledge is the most important thing. Yes, knowledge is important, but when offering knowledge, the West did not do that to make people knowledgeable. Particularly after the Industrial Revolution, imperialism needed employees, workers. Russia tried to do it with socialism. The West tried to do that with imperialism, and they established education systems. Just like we adopted our education system in the whole Islamic world, we adopted Western education systems, and we thought that would help our countries develop. But no, we were actually training workers for the Western world. Do we only do that in education? No, also in culture and arts. They created works of art that represented their own values in cinema, in music, and they created their own figures. They created their own artists. They created role models from artists with their outfits and lifestyles, and they used those artists for the commercials and advertisements of their companies. So from education to art, the West pretended to support culture and knowledge, but actually they were trying to raise local actors that would represent their values. So back to the Yesevi spirit. What should we do? First, we need to understand what Yesevi said in Divan-ı Hikmah. In all of this region, in Turkestan, in Anatolia, and in all the Islamic region, we need to create an identity. What did Yesevi say? The one who knows himself will know Allah. Yunus Emre said, science is knowing science, but science is also knowing yourself. So we start by knowing ourselves. Who are we? And we need to give that answer of that question without any hesitations. Who are we? We are Muslims. That's it. After establishing that, what should we do? We need to give up the style of education and culture imposed by others. Instead, we need to adopt and embrace the social and moral culture and that synergy offered by Islam. Otherwise, you cannot find your direction. You don't have a raison d'être. And Ahmet Yesevi is created that synergy. It continued with Yunus Emre and Hacı Bektaş. When we look at the Ottoman Empire, what did that spirit do? That spirit gave a direction for the Ottoman army. When you look at the Janissaries, you see traces of the Bektashi tradition, because that tradition gave them a direction. Gaza, Jihad, Kelamu Allah, they experienced them in all areas of life without giving them any challenges, but in a way that the society can understand and can, in a way that society can integrate with them. This is what we need to do. So, in that Turkish and Islamic world stretching from Turkestan to Anatolia, when creating that identity, we need to go back to our essences. We need to update that spirit while remaining loyal to our irfan and hikmah, and we need to train and raise new generations, and we need to create joint institutions and organizations to do that. We need to establish shared goals, and we need to start collaborations, for example, in education. An Englishman or a Western person is quite aware that it doesn't matter whether their ethnic origins is English or French. Their actual identity is being Christian. So when there is an attack against Paris, London feels it too. When there is an attack in London, Rome feels it too, because they understand that it's an attack against their civilization. But just like it was mentioned yesterday, there is a Muslim population of 2 billion, and we cannot challenge an Israeli population of 10 million. Because the ethnic nationalism has fragmented our world, because ethnic nationalities became the main pillar of political structures of governments. What did that mean? The Ummah was divided into groups. I think everyone knows that. Also with secularism, they pretended to be doing things related to the governance, but they were actually putting a distance between individuals and the religion. So, starting from 12th, 13th, and 14th century with İllahi Kelametullah, Gaza, and Jihad concepts, and the awareness that gave us the idea that we are all one, we started to pull away from that understanding. You know that our young people don't have any moral objectives. They only have worldly targets, goals, like finding a good job, making money, looking good, looking beautiful, but not being a good Muslim, or not being a better human, or not being a moral person, Muslim. Or they do not ask questions like, what can I do to help our world? Actually, that is the actual destruction created by secularism. So if we can revive that spirit by updating it, we will ensure that Tashkent and Istanbul, or Bishkek and Skopje, or Baku and Macedonia and Kosovo and the Balkans will move in the same spirit, and they will live in the same spirit. They will think with the same reasoning, and they will fight with the same enthusiasm. This is what the West doesn't want. And of course, shared language, shared alphabet, trade, they are important, but it is nice to have facilities manufacturing weapons and drones. That's good, but if you cannot have a generation to design those weapons and drones, those drones and weapons may come back and hit you. And in the past, we actually saw that happening. Of course, we can give many examples, but we have 3 other speakers. Thank you very much for your attention. May Allah help you all.
Evet, şimdi
Yes, now then let us continue from the same geography. Professor Ramazan Akkar. You can either sit or speak at the lectern, and he's going to talk about religion, radicalization, and policy options in the context of Turkestan Islamic Party.
Teşekkür ediyorum Gökhan Hocam.
Thank you, Professor Gökhan. First of all, I would like to start by thanking Assam for implementing such a nice organization. I would like to thank the Assam entity, the leaders of Assam, and you, dear delegates. Now, radicalization, and I would like to move on to a different topic. Professor Ömer talked about secularization, and this summarizes. This is one of the most important concepts that the world is experiencing from a Turkish standpoint, or Scandinavian countries, or on a Europe context. There is this reality called secularization. Likewise, Turkey. And basically, Turkey, when you interpret the situation in Turkey and across the world, on one hand, the world that includes Turkey is radicalizing fast. And where do we see this secularization? Every Ramadan, they always do it. They conduct public researches, the percentages of those who do salat, who is fasting, or deism, or those who remove their head veils or head covers. And we see, they always say that the society is secularizing fast. There's a fast decline that we see, like the cases across the world. This is the reality, and then I'm going to come to my topic. In Turkey, and also my area of expertise, religion and radicalization, and more specifically the Salafi radicalization, I try to understand in Turkey. The world is radicalizing fast, secularizing fast on one hand, and on the other hand, there are in the religious content, terrorist organizations or radical organizations are emerging across the world. Like the Salafi radicalization can be assessed, or the jihadi radicalization can be assessed within this scope. So this is a picture, this is a duality and a dual reality that we are facing. The world is getting secular on one hand, and then there's a radicalization on the other hand. Of course, before I start my speech, I would like to start with a reservation. Certain concepts, using certain concepts is dangerous. The concept of radical or radicalization or jihadism or jihadi trend, because concepts, the concept of jihad at the end, when you read the holy book, Holy Quran, jihad is one of the Islamic concepts, but in the daily life, just like Islamophobia, when you use it, it's got an alienating or marginalizing connotation. Likewise, Islamophobia, the concept is Islam and phobia, the concept that means phobia, they merge it. When you say Islam, your mind goes to phobia immediately. Jihad, jihadism, for instance, different organizations in the world, in Afghanistan particularly, that started with the Chechen war and then moved on to Afghanistan, and likewise in Syria, the radical or jihadist organizations are there. So assuming and accepting that these concepts are problematic, so please start thinking of these as well. My presentation is again on the rise. The Turkestan, Eastern Turkestan, and there is a Salafi organization, a Turkestan Islam party, and I want to make a presentation about this religion, radicalization, and policy options. Now, the Turkestan Islamic Party is a Salafi organization. Let me talk about its history and analyze it. The Turkestan Islamic Party in Turkey, we see the operation as part of the genocide in Gaza. It is being experienced in East Turkestan, and it's a reality that is being experienced. East Turkestan has an important place in Islamic history, actually, and it's almost twice Turkey. It's with a population of 35 to 40 million people, and the first Muslim Turkish state, Karahans, were founded there, and madrasas first emerged in this area, Turkestan. But after 1940, with the occupation of China, the balances started to tip, and for the first time in 1949, there was an Islamic organizations that started to emerge, and resistance groups started to emerge, and it was for the first time in 1949. The reason was that the Muslim Turkish community's identity and autonomy demands were brought to the table, and one of them was the Turkey Islamic Party that was founded in 1949. And when you look at this foundation, we see, and before this started, because it's close to Afghanistan and because it's neighboring Afghanistan, the jihad experience of Afghanistan's against the Soviets, they benefited a lot from them. And in order to remove the region from China's domination, Hassan Maktoum, first of all, founded the Turkestan Party. And when you look at Hasan Maktoum's life, he receives madrasa training and religious training, and he completes his religious training there. And then he was supposed to Chinese oppression. He was in Chinese jails, and together with his co-founders in 1989, he left China for the purpose of going to pilgrimage. He flees, he completes his pilgrimage, and then goes back, not to China, but Afghanistan. So the Turkestan Party was founded there in Afghanistan, and I think it was in 2003. Hasan Maktoum led the TIP, Turkestan Islamic Party, and during this time, during the process in Afghanistan, on one hand, Taliban gives them freedom. At the end of the day, they give them place, and they receive their religious education as well as military education. So Hasan Maktoum, in order for East Turkestan, he thinks that an armed struggle is necessary for their salvation. So he builds this, and at the Afghanistan-Pakistan border, the US and Pakistan has a joint action where he was killed. And the Afghanistan experience was very important for the Turkestan Islamic Party because there is a heavy pressure from China, and because of the Chinese pressure, you cannot give religious education, but it is not possible to get a military riot there. So on one hand, there is the Taliban effect in the region, so the Turkestan Party members receive religious and military training, and also they started getting closer with Al-Qaeda at the time. And in the academic community, this is frequently discussed, but the Turkestan Party, it is mostly consisting of Uyghurs, and as their leader said, even though they act together with Al-Qaeda or Taliban, they never share the same denominator ideologically. You know, Al-Qaeda, for instance, the organization does not obey them, but there is an organic relation because the TIP being converted into a more professional organization, Al-Qaeda's and Taliban's Afghanistan experience have a strong influence. And in 2003, after the American and Pakistan attack, Masum dies, and he is replaced by Abdul Haq al-Turkestani. And Abdul Haq al-Turkestani, and that runs the organization. And when you look at the history of the movement, this is what we see as follows. The movement first embraced the name East Turkestan Islamic Party. The horizon of the movement is determined by the names they prefer, because when it first emerged, you adopted the name East Turkestan Islamic Party. So the target is only China, to riot, to rebel against the Chinese oppression, and to build a state in East Turkestan with Islamic Sharia. But with Hijrah to Afghanistan, there was a change in the name, and they become a Turkestan Islamic Party. So the horizon becomes wider. So it is not only East Turkestan Turkestan, and it is not the oppression that the Muslims are facing, so they regard this is a name that reads the world, interprets the world with the Ummah in mind. And in the year 2025, Ahmet Şaras, starting from the moment that Ahmet Şaras started to come into build a regime in Syria, then Ahmet Şara, Syrian's army has the Turkestan Islamic Party is a part of Ahmet Şara's army, and then they change name again and revert to their former name because that is from a more global discourse to a more Ümmet focused or Ummah oriented. They re-embrace the name East Turkestan. So they are built with East Turkestan, they remove East, and then they embrace East again this year. So the Turkestan Islam Party, and particularly with Islam Avazi, the Islam Party is the name of the journal, and they start making very much online publications. And their ideological backbone, let me talk about that as well. The ideological backbone is Salafist ideology, and the ideologic tendency is there are nationalist movements across the world that are separationists, but it's beyond being an ethnic identity-based movement. They want to define themselves as when the movement first started, they want to struggle against disbelief or combating kufr, and it was rather from classic Hanefi line, Ahli Sunnah line. Their method was this way, but with the Afghani experience, they started evolving into a more Salafi line, and I would like to make a reservation here. Both the Taliban experience, and particularly starting from the 2000s, from 97 on actually, because they are close with Al-Qaeda and because they have received military training from Al-Qaeda, the movement is brought closer to the Salafi and jihadist line. And I'm wrapping up. In general, both the Islam Avazi, that is their communication channels, and we see certain discourses emerging, and this is not with the Turkestan Islam Party, but the radical, or in quotation marks, jihadist movements can be interpreted in this concept, the unity, tawhid emphasis, and Allah's governance or Allah's dominance being emphasized in the political domain, and that they say jihad is farz and it's an individual obligation, and martyrdom, the cult of martyrdom are emphasized. These concepts are risky because they take their roots from the Holy Quran, and there is a need to examine this. But my topic is basically in the context of Turkestan Islamic Party. My topic was religion, radicalization, and policy options. I will wrap up in 1 minute. Turkey, in the year 2016, we had a coup d'etat attempt led by the FETÖ terrorist organization, which we see similar ones in different places of the world, particularly radical-rooted, Salafi-rooted rooted movements or jihad rooted movements? How do we struggle against them, combat them? Perhaps, in countries like Indonesia and Malaysia, the religious rehabilitation centers, unfortunately, we do not have them in Turkey. We have significant rehabilitation centers that are lacking, and theology-based opposite discourse needs to be generated. Radical or Salafi structures are also present in Turkey, but against these structures, when I was listening to Gökhan, I talked about the experience in Turkey, particularly some of the young members of the young generation. I am studying a Salafi group in Turkey. The youth are very much interested. So why don't our existing traditional religious groups and young individuals, why do they not prefer them? They opt for marginal left organizations, or they favor or regard marginal religious groups. So an alternative religious discourse, an alternative Islamic study discourse is necessary. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Professor Ramazan. Many topics are related with each other, and secularization we have on one hand, and on the religious sense there is this radicalization. So as for this radicalization, I object to it in my world. Radicals, Muslims are meant, but what is meant and what should we understand? Is it a bad thing to be radical? That we need to discuss, because what is meant by moderate Islam, we all know that, who think of the worldly issues, who don't have the West in their target, and it is just prayer-centric, but they're not in the worlds of Gaza and jihad, and they have the concern of Hikmetullah, but there are various organizations, and then this causes Islamophobia. The concept of Islam and Muslims are attached to a bad connotation. As Muslims, we need to fight this, and this has to do conceptually, because the concepts should be fought not with the new meanings, perhaps not with the Western way, but with the new concepts that we put on the table. The attendees here understand, but a 15-year-old or 16-year-old kid, a new generation, when they look at, they perceive the world based on the good and bad that is defined by the West. When you say radical, radical equals Muslims, or radical equals people who behead people, people who burn people. So when you say radical, this paints Islam in a bad light. But those who call Muslims radicals, they can kill a baby with 365 bullets in our eyes, and they massacred 2 million Muslims in Iraq, and they send people to starvation across the world. They're not radicals, but just to defame Muslims, just to strengthen Islamophobia. They say these are jihadists, and I always say this, and I always say I'm a jihadist, a Muslim. If you're not jihadist, you should question your faith, I say. Thank you. And jihad is not about fighting on the front. And yesterday in the conference, boycott is one of the most important jihads, because when you take the money from the Jew, it's worse. He gets sadder than taking his God away. So he exists. I don't buy Jewish products. I don't buy Zionist products. That's a jihad. That's a mere example. I'm a jihadist by not being like them. So we need to come up with our own terminology, actually. So likewise, just like my professor said, in that regard, hopefully, such activities will help multiply these and help proliferate these efforts. Thank you. In the beginning of my speech, I did say that we could receive this objection. These are risky concepts, and just to support you, the concept of global jihad has become formal by Al-Qaeda, but when we talk about global jihad, the ones that came up with it are Israeli intellectuals. The same thing is applicable for political Islam and radical Islam, and for Islamophobia. But since the beginning of my speech, I said I want to make a reservation. We do need to come up with new concepts, which we couldn't do yet. For instance, the concept of Islamophobia. In another meeting, we did discuss Islamophobia. The academic community and the popular culture is dominated so much because in all my articles, I try to write about Islamophobia. I call anti-Muslim racism. I try not to use Islamophobia because, it's a reference to a bad thing, and we couldn't come up with concepts. And there is one difference, and I want to make a small addition. You said boycotting is the jihad. I agree. Boycotting is the jihad, but in the Salafi jihad understanding, this is not jihad. Jihad is fighting individually, using arms, just like Azam said. Faith starts with using Kalashnikovs. Those are different. And Ahli Sunnah's jihad, the discourse, and Salafism, jihad discourse are different. Or takbir, I didn't go in the details. And the concept of takbir, they don't regard you as Muslims. They are weighing your faith and your beliefs. So there is a need to separate there. They are different concepts. And this should be the main mission of academia. We should come up with concepts, but we're not there yet. Thank you. One sentence. Microphone, please. Otherwise, the gentleman cannot be interpreted. I want to clarify what my professor said. He's citing a verse right now. In the Quranic verse, do not be afraid of someone who blames or criticizes you on the way to Allah. If we are being blamed because we are jihadists, or if this is portrayed as a guilt, so be it. We won't fear them. I'm going to go real fast because this is a very delicious setting, but we have to hurry up, so we're not going to disrupt it. We talked about Taliban and Afghanistan, and now, yes, I'm checking the program. Abdulhabir Muhtari is going to talk about the ruling strategies of the Taliban rule. Mr. Abdullah, you can talk about this.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله واحد الأحد الفرد الصمد الذي لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. Ama ben öncelikle bu çok güzel.
First of all, I would like to thank the Assam organization and its president and Professor Ansar and everyone who have contributed to this organization. Here today,
Taliban'la ilgili
I am going to make a short presentation about the Taliban. But before talking about Taliban, I would like to add a note about the previous topic. When you look at the meaning of jihad, it is derived from juhd, which means to try. In the Islamic region, in every area, we have to try and make efforts
inançlara sahip olanlara silah alıp
against. We cannot just kill everyone who has a different religion. This is not the meaning of jihad. There are specific conditions of jihad. When there is the right time and conditions, you can start a jihad. Just like you gave an example.
Müslümanlara karşı saldıranlardan korkanlar gazvalara baktığımızda
When you look at the wars against Muslims during the time of Omar,
geri duranlar bir takım bahaneler üreterek
there were a few people who did not participate in the wars, stating some excuses.
var, hatta bazıları münafık olarak
Some of them are called munafik because of that. Months later, there was an ayah saying these people had valid reasons.
onları
So then our prophet forgave them, and they were able to reunite with their families.
bunları eşleriyle hanımlarıyla beraber
And they were able to, our prophet previously prohibited them from living in the same home with their families because they did not support jihad. And then he forgave them. As you know, jihad is a fundamental concept in Islam.
burada Taliban'la ilgili
And here I will talk about the Taliban.
yoksa
And is it a jihadi organization, or
zorladılar mı?
was Taliban forced to start a jihad? I'm going to talk about these questions in my short presentation. In fact, Taliban, after coming to power in Afghanistan,
Ne kadar hangi alanlarda başarı göstermiştir kendisinden, hangi
in which areas was the government successful, and in which areas did the government make some mistakes? I would like to offer an analysis of these issues.
tarihiyle ilgili
I would like to give you some brief information about the history of Taliban first. As you know, Taliban
bir medrese talebesi bunlar.
are the students of a madrasa
Afganistan Kandahar vilayetinde
in the Kandahar
uzun süre
province of Afghanistan
döneminde
during an extended period of civil war. The people felt desperate and they didn't feel any loyalty to any organization or any political party. And the students at a madrasa
Allah'a aittir. Bunların Allah'ın
started jihad, saying that everything
geçerlidir diye bu şekilde biz bunu hak
belongs to God and everything is subject to the law of Allah, and we will make sure that law of Allah prevails everywhere. And they first seized control of Kandahar, and 2 years later they seized control of Kabul.
2001'e kadar bunlar
Until 2001, Taliban was only active in Afghanistan, but after that, the US with the United Kingdom started a military operation against Taliban, saying that Taliban supports Al-Qaeda, which is a global terrorist organization.
bunlar şart
So
bütün
the US and the UK said the Taliban should expel all Al-Qaeda members from Afghanistan, or they would hand over the leader of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden, to the US. Of course, no Muslim can hand over a fellow Muslim to the enemy. So, until August 2024, the civil war continued in Afghanistan. On one side, there was the Afghanis coming together under the umbrella of Taliban, and on the other side there were the Republicans supported by the Western powers. And in 2018, when I was working on my master's thesis, I proposed a withdrawal of all foreign forces for reinstating peace in Afghanistan. And 1 year later, in Qatar, Taliban and the US, 1 year later, it turned out that the US and Taliban were participating in new negotiations in Qatar, and later they made an agreement. Taliban made some commitments to the US, for example, an inclusive government in Afghanistan and upholding human rights, giving rights to ethnic minorities, and several other commitments they made. But after 2021, after Taliban once again took control of Afghanistan and came to power, the president of Afghanistan left the country. He did not fight against Taliban. Ashraf Ghani, in his statement, said, "I did not want Afghanistan to become another Ukraine. This is why I left the country. I didn't want to start a war." The former president, Karzai, described Taliban as Afghani brothers. So Ashraf Ghani said something similar. He did not say it explicitly, but he thought similarly. So Ashraf Ghani, he handed over Afghanistan to Taliban. And today, in Afghanistan, Taliban bases its political authority on Islam in a structural organization. In this context, of course, when we talk about Sharia, just like we did with the concept of jihad, we may see different definitions. But in general, as I mentioned earlier, the absolute property belongs to God, and the subjects of Allah should be ruled by the law and religion of Allah. The law of Allah should prevail on the property of Allah. This is the general definition of Sharia, in my opinion. When we look at the modern state structures, in political theory, the legitimacy pushes the use of power by government from being arbitrary, and it is a normative framework that makes the political system more compliant with the population. But when we look at Taliban, do they acting in harmony with the other segments of the society? When they came to power, the first thing Taliban did was there was a Ministry of Women's Affairs. Taliban, after coming to power, they created a ministry to command good and prohibit evil. So
güçlü bir şekilde yansıyordu o bakanlık.
Because in the Ministry of Women's Rights, the values of the Western civilization was represented. So the creation of the new ministry was the first action taken by Taliban against the West.
Aslında meşruiyetin temelinde
Actually, in the foundation of the legitimacy of Taliban, there is the Sharia.
şimdiye kadar
And
söylemden ibaret olabilir.
so far, this was only a narrative. But in reality, Taliban
Hükümet, yani Cumhuriyet döneminin siyasal yapısını bir şekilde
somehow maintained the political structure of the former government. But there is only one difference.
hukukları,
The law and the
kanununu bugün
legislation.
görev verildi Taliban'ın lideri tarafından.
The leader of the Taliban appointed the Ministry of Justice
Uygun bir hale getirsinler.
so that they can revise the applicable law in Afghanistan to make it more compliant with the Islamic law. And with Taliban coming to power in Afghanistan, some crises also emerged. Of course, the second migration wave was triggered. The neighboring countries, including Turkey, was affected, and the European countries were also affected by that. Of course, Taliban could not get along with Pakistan and Iran. So approximately 1 million people from Afghanistan had to come back from Pakistan, and almost 1 million had to go back from Iran to Afghanistan. Currently, the migration from Afghanistan to Iran and Pakistan continues in a discrete way, and it also continues to flow towards Europe as well. And in foreign policy, Taliban so far did not achieve a significant glory, but a significant victory, but Germany, as you know, there are growing internal tensions in Germany. As you know, the AfD, an anti-immigrant party, an extreme right-wing party, and it is quickly growing. So the current government is faced with some challenges. Maybe in the next government in Germany will be formed by this extreme right-wing party. So the current government is trying to create a foundation to be able to work with them in the future. So they recently met with the representatives of Taliban at the consular office in Bonn to ensure the return of the immigrants to Afghanistan. This is just for their own interests, as you know. As a symbolic gesture, they accepted to meet two representatives of Taliban in Bonn to make sure that the Afghan immigrants in Germany go back to their countries. So Taliban uses Sharia as a foundation of its legitimacy. And there is also a second source of legitimacy for Taliban. They are using economy policies to do that. Since they don't have any trade with other countries because of the blockade, the Western governments do not recognize the Taliban government except for Russia. Russia has recognized the Taliban government, but they cannot have any economic activity between the two countries. And I'm going to wrap up in 5 minutes. In Afghanistan, Taliban is creating these infrastructure projects to
ulaşım ağlarını
relieve the pains of the people by improving the road connections or to ensure the sanitation of the streets in the cities. And they are also investing heavily in the mining industry. And they are also addressing the demands of the people. And they also have some scientific initiatives as well. Before the coffee break, lunch break, one of the speakers told us about the attack of told us about the attacks against Islam, which happened in Paris. And Nam Kemal and Jalaleddin Afghani strongly responded to those attacks against Islam. But what is Taliban's perspective about modern science? During a visit to the universities in Afghanistan, we saw that there is no difference between universities and madrasa. There are statements by foreign officials saying that the universities in Afghanistan are not different from the madrasa. But there are also allegations that Taliban does not allow women to access education or job opportunities, and women working in public jobs, public posts. The number of women working in the public posts has gone down, and women cannot work in the same office as men. Of course, this is a transition period because in the Taliban says we are doing this now, but in the future our economy will not be able to support this and women will be better included in the economy. What I'm trying to say is that there is a potential in Afghanistan. This is not just about Taliban. In the last 2 decades, there have been people who accessed education at universities in an integrated way with the world. There are people who have been trained in other countries and gone back to Afghanistan. So there are people who can transfer modern science and technology from other countries to Afghanistan. This is something they need to do actually, because they are using Sharia as the source of legitimacy for their rule. But in all areas, like weapons manufacturing, technology manufacturing, or science, we have to be superior than others. We have to be superior than those who oppose Islam. So Jalaleddin Afghani said that science emerged with Renaissance, but actually that science was already in the essence of Islam. There are many philosophers and scientists who think the same way in Afghanistan too. And Taliban has never stated that they are opposing modern science so far, and hopefully we will be more successful in the future, not as the Taliban government, but the people of Afghanistan, because I am speaking here as the representative of Afghanistan, not a representative of Taliban. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so much. Meanwhile,
indicating that we're not Talibans is a separate issue, because people fear Taliban. This is interesting, Islam equals fear, we say. say. Criticism is something else, but it being converted into something being feared, I find it weird. Of course, we can criticize Taliban, but I'm not telling it to you, but in the West, you know, it's something to be abstained from it. You know, those who defend Islam are bad is the true Taliban in the West, that perception. And I always believe in the following, and I make a recommendation. Of course, our motto is not to intervene in the internal affairs of a country, and if Taliban is going to be there, Turkey can have a guiding and shaping role that can be assumed, and I think that would be important. This is my humble opinion. The last speaker is Mr. Abdul Majid Al-Juzani, and he's going to talk about the geopolitics of, no, he's going to talk about Muslims in India and their scientific and cultural role and contemporary challenges.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على خير خلقه محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. بداية أنا أشكر كل من بذل جهدا.
In the beginning, this conference, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference and who are working for this. When I talked to Ansar, he said it's good if you talk in English, so I prepared it in English. But when I look at the hall, when I talk in Arabic, everyone is using a translator. But when I use it in Turkish, it's a few people. So I wish I had prepared in Turkish, but whatever our elderly say, it's a good thing. And number two, both professors, I'm telling, I benefited a lot from both professors, but there are two issues that I would like to tell, and hopefully I will benefit a lot. You know, I'm not saying it as the representative of Taliban, and I would like to tell you one thing. No matter what part of the world you're looking at, a single state and a single nation, with the state, you know, there is this cause of implementing Islam fully, and there is not one state on earth that claimed to implement Quran as it is. And the Minister of National Education came to Istanbul, and I accompanied them all the way to Ankara, and there are good news.
المسلمون في الهند دورهم العلمي والحضاري وتحدياتهم المعاصرة.
But distinguished participants, my speech in this conference is not only about a conquest with swords, but I'm going to talk about a geographical expansion, and I'm going to open the conquest of a civilization, and I want to talk about Islam, and it goes all the way from Bangkok to Bukhara, from Bukhara, Samarkand, to Dar al-Fur, from Baghdad to the entire India, and in Islam, in India, it is a humanitarian blessing option, and it is the scholars, and they are carrying it in their hearts. And with their language, first they conquer the hearts and then they conquer the cities. Muslims in India played a very important role, and they spread science and they spread tolerance. And they entered the Indian, and Mr. Muhammad entered the ruler India, and then there was a big system that was created, just like Mahmud al-Ghaznavi. And there is a huge culture there, and there is a development civilization. It's not like the European, but it is based on justice and humans, and it is going to serve the humanity, and the lands and the skies belong to Allah, and serving human beings is farce. And I want to focus on one sentence. It is loud and clear that with Islamic conquest, the European colonialism has to do with stealing the lands and destroying the lands. And there's in Iraq, in Afghanistan, you see what they do, and we see what they did in Gaza. And the biggest thing that the Muslims gave to India was Tawhid, a connection between Haluk and Mahluk, the creator and the created. And an Indian researcher says that Islam's influence on Indian languages had a big depth, and they deepened the concept of faith, and they embraced this idea, the idea of a single creator. And the Indian society, after division, they merged it, and the people were equal, and the Arab was not superior to the Persian, and rich was not superior to the poor. And Jawahir Nurro saw this reality, and Islam entering India brought a big effect, and it separated the division and spread brotherhood among individuals, and this had a huge effect on peoples. And Indian women prior to Islam had no rights in life, and they were burnt, cremated with the dead body of the spouse. And Islam saved them and showed that they had rights in inheritance, and they had right to participate in social life. And starting with the big teaching of Islam, Muslims, sultans' practices brought the value and the worth of the woman's back. And this experience was not dictated by force and by sword. It came with hikmat, with wisdoms, and with advices, and with good morals. This is how Islam, people accepted Islam with love, and so this was the best form of civilization and coexisting. And Europe is proud of their human rights, but Islam and Muslims started implementing this centuries ago. And before, India had many information about thought world, and in Mahmud from Ghazna there were madrasas, and in fiqh, hadith, and maths and mathematics, and there were many. Hassan Allame says that Muslims in India left a big inheritance, a big library, and it was one of the biggest libraries in the Islam world. And in the 10th century, India had become one of the biggest thinking centers of thought, and the civilization effect in India with Avicenna, Ibn Sina, with the Al-Kanun Fiqh book, the improvement of the individuals, it was combined, and it left a big effect in India. And the books are being taught in New Delhi. It is medicine, and is taught there. And one of the most important national movements in a conference in Jaipur, Muslims, they said they expanded our culture, and in our life effects they had an important effect. And Neis Mehtar, Hindustan thinker, says Islam brought a big enlightenment to India and eliminated the darkness of ignorance, and the conquest was bigger than that of a politics. So Muslims conquered India not with oppression, not with sword, but with science and with wisdom, and they merged Islam's reason with Tawhid and the beauty of the soul, and this was how they also improved the lands. And in Indian continent they left a rich inheritance, and the Islamic sciences continued in that regard, and Hijaz, Iraq, Damascus, Egypt, when those areas weakened in India, they assumed a bigger role, an expanding role in this process. And the Indian scholars, they didn't embrace Arabic as a foreign language, but it was the language of science, religion, and education, and tadrisat, and curriculum. And India has become a center after Mashriq and Maghrib. In they built big madrasas, and they also wrote encyclopedias. And as you know, in the Hanafi fiqh there are many books and fatwas that were written, and it became so they almost became reference points. And Abu Hassan says Muslims, in the Muslims books in India there are countless, particularly Fihris ibn Nidim, and has very important books, and this is one of the most important inheritors of the civilization. And the scholars are serving the Sunnah, and they did their best, and they have become very important pivotal points in Islam. After going through different stages, this education continued, and in the 12th century, Hijri Shah Waliullah Pahlavi and their sons and their students, they lived together in that era. And Shaft Abdul Gavi, or Mevlana Ali, Mevlana Muhammad Nawutabi, Mevlana Abdul Al-Ajnabi, these were the important names that were educated. Just like our professor said, there was a very long article. It's a 27-page, but I ran out of time. I just am going to talk about certain important issues. I'm going to talk about an important issue. I saw the region when a government, the scholars, when Islam was when in 1163, when the colonialists came, there was a madrasa that was built there, and in 1875 it was the center of scholar and jihad. Here we use the word jihad. Faced with British colonialism, they struggled here, and the Islam, they created a national awareness to struggle against them, and it became a scholar center, and then it turned into a jihadi center. But I will focus on the second part, challenges. The Islamic peoples, the Muslims facing difficulties in India, and I want Assam to focus on this. the challenges faced by Muslims in India. Number one, education and science, because among the Muslims right now, that is at a very low level, particularly in higher and vocational education. The infrastructure is little, and there are little number of schools. And we don't. Number two, economic challenges. You know, economic. This is, you see this in the whole world media and culture, and the Muslim community media. They need each other, and Muslims, unfortunately, you know, they are in a very bad situation, and they are being defamed in media and the media platforms, many languages, and it needs to be presented in a convincing manner. And of course, recently, during the fight between Pakistan and Hindustan, this constituted a big danger for the Muslim people. And when you look at the India and Pakistan, that is a big danger for the Muslims, and social and political pressures, and there are some extreme Hindi groups, and they cause more hatred by them. So the best solution is we need to study the entity and take real steps in economy, media. We need practical steps, and the Muslims in India, they need to take important steps for civilization. And I'm going to tell something important to Assam representatives, dear brothers who have organized this conference. Please add one article and give it to the researchers. And these people who present their researches through Assam, they can merge analysis and their analyses and their diagnosis, and the solution proposals also need to be put forth, because these are going to make contributions in solution, and they need to be shaping scientifically. So they shouldn't remain merely as speeches, and this institution needs to turn into practice. Thank you very much.
Çok kısa olursa çünkü
I have a question, but really very brief, please. Not audible. We know that there are 200 million Muslims in India. Do they think of building a political party? A microphone, please. It's impossible to hear the answer without a microphone. Thank you, dear professor, about the question, and thank you for asking it. I stayed 10 years in India, and the Indian Muslims, they have given fatwa and support to the best of their ability, and they have so close ties with the Turkish nation. It's incredible, but the government has huge pressure, so they cannot do much. So we don't need to build a party there. You know, we can work in various ways. For instance, Turkish institutions, they worked in the former government of Afghanistan, but they work now. So they don't I did go to Afghanistan, even though I worked there. And in my article, there was 7 pages, and I gave recommendations, and I said we can do this and that, and hopefully, dear sir, we can talk after the meeting with you. There is another question. It's not a question, but an explanation. But do not make a pirate presentation, though. The professor who talked about Taliban, he explained it in such a way that it's like just like Taliban talked to the states, and the former president, it was as if there was a change of rule within a country. They said there are brothers, and it's like we are transferring it to them. But I don't accept this discourse. Taliban fought for 20 years in Afghanistan. They came by war. They raped millions of the Western people when they said nothing, when many people were raped, but they started talking about, in the West, many women were raped and no one said anything. But when Taliban came, the West started talking about Western values. So I don't accept that. Distinguished professor, I didn't criticize Taliban. I'm not here to criticize or support Taliban here. I want to just make an explanation on the name of Afghanistan people. I'm talking about how the existing rule is successful and what are the wrong policies and what are their failures, which is possible in many countries, and we didn't have enough time. And the foreign policies, successes, I couldn't talk about this. I couldn't talk about their economic successes because we had little time. And also, Taliban, just 1 minute. In Afghanistan, yes, women were raped, there was war, but it wasn't Taliban that fought only. So as Muslims, as the Afghan nation, we fought against the West. And also my master's degree, as the street jargon, I can say, we need to get rid of them, and I can say it this way. I wrote it in my thesis. You can talk about this. It was in 2018. There is no place for them, and this blood will be shed, and the reason is these people, because both parties, and these are the ones that make Muslims slay the other Muslim, and I said this when I was talking about them in my thesis. I want to I have connections to Taliban, and I'm from Afghanistan, and what Taliban thinks, it's not 100% correct, it is 1000% correct. And the professors, they know everything from media. In the former government, Iran paid $18,000 to put their books in their curriculum, so it is their right to be worried. And they want professors from 38 universities from the Taliban government, but we need to call what is right, So, thank you very much. I think since the beginning, for the first time, the participants are making objections, making additions. It's a good thing, but it took a bit long. So thank you for your patience. And this is the end of this session. So hopefully 15 minutes later, the next session will start. And I think we're going to be presenting certificates.
Bizi Taliban düşmanı olarak görüyor.
Çek babası fotoğrafını çek. Babana bak babana. Babana bak babana.
Muhammed Ak biz de çek hadi biz de çek. Çek. Bayrak da çıksın.
olsun. Onların hepsini vakıfta ve hükümette kaybolsun diye söylüyorum. Oradan başladı işi. Oradan başladığında demek ki medresen bitirmek günahlardır. Medresen bitirebilirler, inek medresen bitiremez. Ama Müslümanlar faaliyetlerini çok azaltacak. Bir örnek vereceğim. Ben Hindistan'da okurken, ben üniversite, tam İslami üniversite. Orada 52 öğrenci var. Şimdi 1 milyon öğrenci var. Mesela daha bir örnek vereyim size. Güzel bir şey. Pakistan'da Hindistan arası savaş çıktı. Hindistan'da 846 tane üniversite var. Türkiye temel üniversite. 846 tane üniversite. Biz de SGK yazmadan Cami-i İslam'da mühim değil mi? Sorun hocam size. Niye bir Müslüman İslam Üniversitesi yazdırıyor? Başkası yazdırsa olmaz mı? Yani çok tehlikeli şey. Ama bizim bunlardan ders almamız gerekiyor. Hocam illa Hindistan'a hizmet etmek için oraya gidip kurmamıza gerek yok. Zaten Hindistan bu böyle demokrasi, böyle seçim, hepsi adaletle giren bir şey de. Orada hafta adına ulamaların, cemiyet ulamaları var. Sürekli çalışıyor. Ama 200 milyon resmi rakamda, 260 milyondan fazla yeterli değil hocam bu kadar çalışıyor. Tabii ki bunların cümlesi. Hocam yani savaşından sonra
Öncelikle çok değerli Assam yetkililerine, başta Melih Tanrı
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Ensar Nishancı and all of the officials of the Secretariat, and now we are kicking off the last session. Distinguished participants, because this is the last session, we had decided to merge the last two sessions. The main topics of this session are cultural identity, post-colonialism and language policies, geopolitical conflicts, information manipulation, and psychological warfare. Before starting the session, yesterday, on November 8th, we remembered the anniversary of Thessaloniki leaving Ottoman. 108 years ago, Al-Quds was separated from the Ottoman Empire, so this is a historical anniversary of these very meaningful events, and I think this is something that we all should remember. And in this last session, I will be making a presentation about the struggle of existence of the Muslims in Bulgaria, in the Balkan region. And the next speaker after me, we will be talking about the thematical analysis of the language practices of the Central Asian Turkic societies. And Syed Ghulam Nabi Fai from Kashmir will be talking about pathways to resolving international conflicts in the struggle for peace and justice. And finally, Gürkan Karacham will be talking about psychological warfare and information manipulation, new forms of siege in Turkestan. And finally, from Egypt, Sahar Zeki will be talking about the regional and international relations of countries of the Central Asia. As the first speaker, I would like to invite to the floor Dr. Syed Ghulam Nabi to make his presentation. The floor is yours, Professor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Brother Chairman, distinguished delegates, my very dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I would like to thank the leadership of Assam for organizing this very important Congress to assess the situation of internal problems of Muslim world and to propose the solutions to the regional and international conflicts. I have gone through the concept paper of Assam, which clearly states that most of the problems of the Muslim world were created by the colonial global powers. That is the statement of fact. In particular, Palestine and Kashmir. They were created by the colonial global powers, and unfortunately, the people of Palestine and the people of Kashmir, they have been suffering for the last more than 8 decades because of the passivity, because of the inaction, because of the indifference of the United Nations. Ambassador Barbuk, she's a German ambassador to the United Nations. But more importantly, she is the president of United Nations General Assembly. She was speaking from the podium of United Nations this year in September, She said, where is the United Nations? When we have so many international conflicts arising. She said, where is the United Nations? When we have the whole world burning. She said, where is the United Nations? When the human rights are being trampled. Then 3 days later, Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, again in September of 2025, he said, today peace is in jeopardy. He says that human rights and international law is being trampled. Then he said something more important. I don't think I can say that. The Secretary General of the United Nations speaking from the podium of United Nations. He said this is grace to the United Nations. I agree with both the chairman of the United Nations General Assembly and Antonio Guterres. The United Nations has failed the humanity. Particularly, the main reason for the creation of the United Nations, the main reason was only one, to prevent the international conflicts and to prevent the global catastrophes. The most glaring example is that of Gaza. Tens of thousands of people have been killed. And I'm not talking about the past. The people are being killed day in and day out. The world powers, despite so many resolutions, despite so many impassioned debates, they have not been able or they have not been willing to find the solution of the problem of Palestine. Dear brothers and sisters, what a beautiful saying of our beloved Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This ummah is one body. If there is pain in one part of the body, the whole body feels the pain. But we have been listening to our speakers, our scholars, for the last 2 days. It is not only the Rohingya Muslims who are in pain, it is Sudan which is in pain too. It is not only the people of Kashmir who are suffering, it is Palestine which is suffering too. So today it is our collective responsibility to respond to the cries of the babies and women and civilian population coming from the camps of Rohingya Muslims, from the streets of Gaza, from the streets of Kashmir. Dear brothers and sisters, we are being told the world powers have their national interest. They cannot frame their foreign policy according to democratic values and universal principles. Dear brothers and sisters, yes, world powers have their national interest. But you tell me, ladies and gentlemen, and dear brothers and sisters, you tell me, when the world powers are confronted with the extreme situation like Ukraine, you know what do? They speak the language of morality. The words come dripping from their mouth with moral values. I am sure you have heard the name of President Joe Biden. On October 22nd, 2022, you know what he said? We will not tolerate the illegal theft of a foreign land by force. You know, and I know he was talking about Russia. But then he said much more important than that. He said, we stand by international law and we stand by UN Charter. Dear brothers and sisters, you do not need to be a Muslim Do you know what the people of Palestine are demanding? Do you know what the people of Kashmir are demanding? They are demanding the world powers need to abide by the international law and the UN Charter. President Biden, he did not pick up the phone. At least I do not know. He did not pick up the phone and he did not tell Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. He did not tell Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, that you have to abide by the UN Charter. You have to abide by the international law. The people of Ukraine are suffering. I do not know if you know, there are 8 international Muslim human rights organizations today working in Ukraine, human rights Muslims. The world power, they also felt the pain. You know what did they do? They invoked the 4th Geneva Convention. I endorse that. You see the suffering, you invoke 4th Geneva Convention. When are they going to invoke the 4th Geneva Convention for Gaza? When are they going to invoke the 4th Geneva Convention for Kashmir? Not because I am from Kashmir. Dr. Gregory Stanton, the chairman of Genocide Watch, testifying before the United Nations Congress and telling them Kashmir is at the brink of genocide. There are so many duplicity and hypocrisy of the world powers. They ask you a question. May Allah bless the soul of Professor Najmuddin Arbakan. He told us the same thing on the streets of Washington when he was speaking. He asked me, I was his host. You can arrange any meeting here with any member of Congress, any think tank, but I am not going to see the State Department. He said, they are asking question. Is Islam and democracy compatible? Yes, it is compatible. Islam contains the seed of democratic processes, every bit as much as democracies of the Western countries. You have heard, we have the Constitution of Shura. Our beloved Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, when he was going to fashion the Compact of Medina, can you believe it? They are asking us, is Islam and democracy compatible? Our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, when he was fashioning the Compact of Medina, he was directly guided by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He could have just finalized it. He said no. He said, because of this constitution, the people of Medina are going to be impacted. I have to consult them. He consulted not only the Muhajirin, he consulted not only the Ansar, he consulted the Jews of the day. They tell us, is Islam and democracy compatible? Have you seen what is happening in Iraq, Turkey, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Pakistan, Iran? Democratically elected head of the governments. And more importantly, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Pakistan and Turkey, they elected female head of the government. The strongest democracy, America, they tried 3 times, they could not elect. Now what are the proposals? How can we solve these problems? Today when I am talking to you, according to United Nations, there are 100 international conflicts, big and small. So you cannot have one size fits all. In terms of Palestine and Kashmir, we have to address the root cause, not the symptom. October 2023 was not the root cause, my dear brothers and sisters. India abrogated Article 370 in Kashmir in 2019. That was not the root cause. The root cause of Palestine and Kashmir was decided in 1948. In April of 1948, April 1st, they passed resolution number 43. April 17, resolution number 46. April 21st, resolution number 47. April 23rd, resolution number 48, only in 1 month. Resolution 43, 46, and 48, they give the right to self-determination to the people of Palestine. Resolution 47 gave right to people of Kashmir to the people of Kashmir. This is the bone of contention. This is the root cause. Root cause is not what is happening in Kashmir today or in Palestine. Secondly, I was really delighted. I am sure you saw it. In Sharm el-Sheikh, the Gaza agreement was signed. We were delighted. Palestinians were delighted. We saw them at least having something to eat. And more importantly, the person who signed that agreement was none of them our president, Tayyip Erdogan. But one thing was really missing, my brothers. You cannot find the solution unless you have that piece of puzzle there. The agreement is being signed for Palestine. The most powerful man of the earth is there. The most powerful man of OIC is signing it. For what? For Palestine. I did not see any Palestinian person there. No face of Palestine was there. Why I am saying so? Any agreement, whether it is between Israel and Palestine, it is between India and Pakistan, the people of Pakistan, the people of Kashmir, and the leadership of Palestine should be there. Brother Chairman is looking at the watch. I will conclude by saying this. Much is being said that 7.5 decades have passed since the UN resolutions were adopted on Palestine and Kashmir. 7.5 decades. Dear brothers and sisters, the passage of time cannot alter the fact that these resolutions have remained unimplemented. The basic principle of international law, basic principle. United Nations resolution cannot, mashallah, I have 5 minutes. United Nations resolutions cannot become obsolete, and they cannot be overtaken by changed circumstances. Why? If the passage of time were allowed to extinguish the international agreement, because 75 years have gone, so the agreement is already extinguished. If the passage of time were going to extinguish the international agreement, like Palestine and Kashmir, then UN Charter was adopted 3 years before that. Then passage of time should also extinguish the UN Charter. UN Charter is still in existence. The UN resolutions are also in existence. And again, if non-implementation of the international agreement were going to render any agreement defunct, any agreement is defunct because it has not been implemented. I endorse that. If the resolution were not implemented, it has become defunct. Then you tell me, ladies and gentlemen, both Geneva Convention has never been implemented in, not only in Palestine and Kashmir, in many important conflicts, that should also become defunct. What is the point of departure? Why do we need to go? Before we go to any negotiating table, international law says, particularly the people who are experts in the negotiations, They say before you go to the negotiating table, have the track 2 or have the quiet diplomacy. I stand for track 2. I stand for quiet diplomacy. But quiet diplomacy should not be only between India and Pakistan. Quiet diplomacy should not be only between United States, Qatar and Egypt. Quiet diplomacy should be also trilateral. It should be between India, Pakistan and the people of Kashmir. It should be between America, Qatar, Egypt and Palestinian people. The people of Kashmir have a problem and the people of Palestine have a problem. We have to find a way how to resolve that problem. Unless that problem is resolved, no solution will be found. What is the problem? We have to accept our limitations. Kashmiris have given more than 100,000 sacrifices with the fullest possible consciousness. They face the gun here, not at the back. You know what is the problem? Some of them want to join Pakistan. Some of them say we stand for independence. And they are still occupied by the government of India. So they have to find a way to reconcile their differences. And you tell me, brothers and sisters, the Gaza and West Bank, they are miles far apart. We have to find a way, there is reconciliation between Gaza and the West Bank. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, the point of departure for any conflict, not only Kashmir and Palestine, for any conflict, the point of departure, if you really want to find the real and permanent solution, we have to go back to the UN Charter. We have to go back to the international agreements. Dear brothers and sisters, the world powers should understand. Not because I am saying so. You know who said this? You may laugh. Donald Trump said it. Donald Trump said, I cannot believe this. India and Pakistan are fighting. And they do not know, don't they know, these are his words, don't they know they were at the brink of nuclear confrontation and the bone of contention is Kashmir? You see what I am saying? The world powers need to understand. They have to resolve the issue of Palestine, not only for the sake of Palestine. They have to resolve the issue of Kashmir. Honestly, I'm a Kashmiri American. I was born in Kashmir. I'm a proud Kashmiri. I'm a proud American. I'm a proud Muslim. They should solve the Kashmir issue not only for the sake of Kashmir. Whether you like it or not, Vladimir Putin said, Vladimir Putin, the world powers should resolve the issue of Kashmir for the sake of international peace and security. And I will add, the world powers should also resolve the issue of Palestine.
Doktor,
for the sake of international peace and security. With that, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
thank you for your speech. Teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi de Mısır'dan.
And now we have our researcher guest from Egypt, Sahar Zaki. She's going to talk about the regional and international relations of Central Asian countries. Yes, ma'am.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Hepinize hoş geldiniz. أولاً أشكر أسام جداً على.
I would like to thank Assam for holding this ninth conference. I have been with them since the beginning, and the late Adnan Pasha, may his soul rest in peace. And I would like to extend my thanks to Mr. Melih Tanrıverdi for continuing these conferences. I'm an electronic engineer. I'm Sahar Zaki. and I'm a PhD student and also I am also an editor of an international journal. Now, when we talk about the regional relations and for the Central Asian countries, first of all, let us look at the political solutions. Of course, Stalin, when they drew the boundaries of the countries, every nation would have their own states. Kazakhstan, that was the hidden purpose to prevent them from founding a national state. And 5 Soviet republics were created: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan. And since the collapse of the nation in 1991, these countries have been a focal point, and of course these countries had their strategic positions and natural resources, strategic location, Russia and China and the Islamic world. And as you know, the international powers are the geostrategic importance of Central Asia. When you look at it, the importance of Turkestan's importance lies in its location as a natural corridor for transport and energy projects linking China to Europe via the Belt and Road Initiative and connecting Russia to South Asian countries. And this makes it the center of competition and the most important. Uzbekistan is focusing on diversifying its industrial and agricultural economy, and Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan rely on remittances from migrant workers in Russia, making their economies vulnerable against foreign fluctuations. And when you look at Russia and China, Russia exerts political and security influence through the Collective Security Treaty Organization and the Eurasian Economic Union to solidify its economic presence, and China seeks through infrastructure investments and the Belt and Road Initiative with major investments. The countries of the region are looking to diversify their relations with Turkey, the European Union, the United States to ensure their strategic standpoint. And the challenges faced by the Central Asian countries and particularly the complex nature of demarcation has led to ongoing border disputes, particularly in the Fergana Valley and Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. And this is what has made borders today a source of constant tension and conflict. And the water problem, the water challenge in the heart of Central Asia. Central Asian countries rely on the Sirdarya and Amu Darya rivers as their main water source, and this leads to frequent disputes over water sharing. And when you look at the water problem in the heart of Central Asia, divergent priorities of upstream electricity and downstream irrigation and agriculture and the collapse of the Soviet Union led to the absence of effective regional management. The Aral Sea disaster reduced its area by 90%, leading to pollution, displacement, and the desertification. And the dam projects, such as the Rogan Dam in Tajikistan, provoke this plus, also like the dam in Egypt. And also the security challenges include drug trafficking and instability in the border areas. And from an economic dependence, the region is linked to Russia in terms of trade and financial transfers, and to China in terms of investment and infrastructure, as we can see. And the Russian influence, when we look at it, security through the Collective Security Treatment Organization, CSTO, WTO, the Eurasian Economic Integration through Economic Union, EAEU, and military bases and security influence in Russian diplomacy in energy and politics. And when we look at the Chinese influence, economic dominance via the Belt and Road Initiative, investments in competition with Russia. And the United Nations and the European Union, United States Dialogue 51, counterterrorism, energy diversification, supporting governance, European Union governance, sustainable development and green technology, and there's a focus on soft presence, soft power, not on military presence. And as for Turkey's role, the organization of Turkic states, economic, educational and defense cooperation, soft power tools and cultural identity, and Turkey's position between the Eurasian and Western blocs. And when we look at the Iranian influence, we see religious and cultural ties and energy and trade restricted by sanctions, especially with Tajikistan and and as for Iranian influence, the Gulf, when we look at the Arab and Gulf influence, Qatar investments, energy and diplomacy steps can be seen. And what can we say about the future of balance of power? China is enhancing its economic influence and Russia security influence with some decline. The United States and the European Union regard an alternative to Russian gas, with America keen to isolate Europe from Russia. And Turkey and the Gulf states increased influence in trade, culture and defense, and Central Asia, Turkestan, a potential center for multipolar communication. And what are the recommendations to strengthen economic and cultural cooperation with Islamic countries, given the membership of Central Asian countries in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and diversify economic and strategic partnerships with major powers to create a balance among these countries in the region? And in order to strengthen security and defense and cooperation, and the strengthening the role of the Islamic cooperation, and conclude water agreements between the concerned countries without external interference that guarantee the interests of upstream and downstream countries, and establish joint investments projects in disputed border areas. And concluding investment projects, and if joint investments are made, that would be an idea. And Central Asia is a model of multi-directional diplomacy and the result of 75 years of Soviet occupation and strong Chinese economic influence and American support. And when you look at European interests, which seek to reduce their dependence on Russian gas, especially after the Russian-Ukrainian war, along with an attempt to return it to its Islamic sphere of influence to which it belongs, and this requires a great effort from Islamic countries. So from Istanbul and from the depths of our hearts, we would like to say to our Islamic lands in our ancient cities, Bukhara, Samarkand, Tashkent, Kashgar, and other lands of Islam, we would like to thank you, and may Allah's blessings and salamat be upon you. Seher Zeki, we would like to thank you. And now our program, Mr. Gürkan Koracam, joining us from Kocaeli, psychological warfare and information manipulation, and new forms of activities in Turkestan. Thank you for being here to listen until this time. Now, I'm going to take you to the center of war, but you won't hear cannons, you won't smell blood, but this is where the deepest wounds are. It is brains and souls and minds, and war is not made with tanks. Weapons change, fronts change, but it is the opinion and the will of the people. And psychological warfare means the people that is with you, what you want, make them feel as if they want, make them accept it, and then take action as if it's on their own word. So this is like the work of Iblis. And even at the time of Adam, it's like a whisper of doubt, and including East Turkestan, the entire Turkestan. How do they do it? Russia with Sputnik and RT screens. This is what Russia did in Kazakhstan. A Kazakh soldier fighting in Ukraine, a Turk. They advertised him, and they tried to gain sympathy with it. And they said, Moscow is our natural center, and this is our joint history. The sphere of influence, they wanted to bring it back. And how did they do it? And this is really important because they did it by, we call it roast something, you know. I'm Turkish and I have reactions to them. It is just like Hollywood, they have their soft power, so they try to convert the people, and they are doing it with increasing Rusky Gollywood, they call it. And they just show, they shed light, but they never hit it, just like they did it to Europe. But unfortunately, they can do it in a very effective way, in a barbarian way, to the minds. China does this with roads, bridges, fiber, 5G, whatnot. So they built a digital Silk Road, and this is how they are colonizing the minds. And they have surveillance. How do they do it? They have something called subsidy. They need to place filters, but they give them what they want, and they prevent, you know, the Chinese TikTok. So their people, science, technology, etc. is explained, but when you look at TikTok outside, you find all kinds of weird and strange things. They protect their own people, but across the world, all kinds of mind-boggling things. You know, TikTok is a weapon of sorts in social media. How does the West do it? The West does this with freedom, diversity, open society. As Turkey, you know, with different foundations, we are used to this. This is continuing with increasing speed, and West's purpose, you know, they built a Trump corridor, and the purpose is energy and to exploit. And what are they doing against Turkey? This is really very important for us. Against Turkey, when Turkey makes a move, they say the neo-Ottomans are coming. This is the first thing they say. And they say Turkey is the Trojan horse of NATO. They do say this. And NATO, they say this is an influence of sphere. Turkey is growing, etc. They say. So what should Turkey do here? I want to focus on this, you know, determining the problems. We all know this. So what should Turkey do to be ahead? TürkNet, common mind platform should be built, and this is the common mind. It should be a multi-language data analysis center. There should be immediate, there should be a national ecosystem, a national social media ecosystem. You should react immediately. Before I came here, I was talking with Mehmet Ali, and he said, you know, TÜBİTAK tried to do it, and if it's done right, I took my tip from my admiral, so hopefully this will be done, and most Instagram and Facebook will be obsolete. And this is even more important from compared to nuclear weapons, because nuclear weapons do not protect countries. If it did, it would protect the Soviets from falling. If you protect your minds, if you protect your people, if you can create ideas to keep them together, and if you put ideas in their minds, you will never collapse. But if you do it only with technology, Soviets is the simplest example, and they collapsed. 2 digital sovereignty belts. The number 3, scholarship and curriculum. You can call this scholarship and curriculum to, you know, in the Northern Republic of the Northern Cyprus, Turkish Republic, the intellectuals, they took them, they sent to the UK. No matter which gate you enter, you will be formatted and come back. So in the recent elections, we see in the newspapers. And this also includes East Turkestan, and the US has a significant population. They try to embrace all the Uyghur Turks, and they use this against China, and Trump is increasing taxes in line with his interests. But this is extremely important. The courses, scholarships and curriculum must be used by Turkey, and also the documentary universe, history, science and entrepreneurship stories must create a cinema for joint identity. If we fail to do it, Netflix will fill it with its own boxes, and we suffer a lot in our country. Everything is on the screen. What you call mobiles that we carry in our pockets, it's a weapon, actually. So if a kid, 5 years old, 6 years old, says, I will sing Korean pop in Turkey, imagine what the situation is like in Central Asia. The way to protect it is not to run away from technology, but to turn it in our favor. And the Turkish nation has this, but you need to use the right instruments, because no matter what you do, no matter how many courses, Korean courses you have, you cannot keep up with the speed, because technology is much faster and it can touch many more people. AI library and identifying the misinformation. We must have a sovereignty of minds. You're strong as much as you can explain. Zionist Israel, 3 or 5 citizens in the shelter, they serve to the entire world, shivering. They are, the ones who have crossed their legs are sitting on the side, on the corner, but up to a certain extent, because the humanity has risen. But for a certain while, they did carry their narrative, and they are still continuing using that. So for us, global discourse, global narrative is very important. And the more, even the UK doesn't sell BBC. Why? Because social media is fast, but BBC is slow. It controls the world, and if you're fast, and if you will miss the world, because you need to be able to stand firm and watch. So royalty would never sell BBC. This is very important. So you also need to have your own global news agency. You have to explain yourself to the world. You shouldn't be getting the news from BBC, CNN, Associated Press. They need to get the news from you so you can explain the reality. Otherwise, they will silence you. China does this great. They put the oppression in eastern Turkestan on silent, and the intellectuals don't talk there because people give up, because they're silent. There is no image. They are not on TV. If you access social media, no one likes you because China holds the algorithms. Only 10 people that you know like you, but the other people, they get 100,000 likes. Imagine we experienced this in the Turkey Gezi uprising. And with deepfake technologies, they can invite people to streets. And particularly in Central Asia, I'm sure in Azerbaijan there was a coup attempt which was suppressed. This is being done, and Turkey needs to put its weight in the technological sense. And migration diplomacy, this is very important. Russia's centric labor dependency should be repulsed with an employment bridge. In the Turkestan area, labor shouldn't be Russia indexed. Turkey should be there, because you get people and interaction and automatic cultural transfer. So if you go from here, the culture transfer will be from here, and migration is therefore an important issue. Mind safety in curriculum. Every young individual should be taught the difference between perception and evidence. The difference between perception and evidence. We talk about media literacy, particularly social media literacy. This needs to be done everywhere. They shouldn't form their opinions with 2 articles. How do you form or analyze evidences? The young individuals need to be informed about this. Crisis resilient law, data placement, and we need to put an end to dependency to one country. Turkestan, China is dominant there. Even in Africa, China accesses digital infrastructures. They get ports, port means infrastructure, fiber optic cables. They have bridges reaching to Asia under the ocean. So we need to be seriously sensitive about this. And finally, I can tell you that that Russia talks about brotherhood, but then they have bonds, and China says development, but then they make you owe money, and the West changes your ideas with algorithms, and if Turkey can join their hearts and minds, and I think they can do it, we will reshape not only the maps, but also the minds, and we shouldn't forget, you should use this with your children in social media. Weapons will buy lands, and ideas will buy minds, and whoever has the minds, they have the future. We have to hold on to our minds and mentalities, and all the investment must be made in intellects, because those intellects will shape the future, and this is how we will become superpowers in the future. And if we fail to do that, this is not going to be possible. I'm going to end my speech in one way. In certain speeches during the panel, we talked about Christianity, other faiths, and there were 3 curtains about psychological warfare. There is one warfare in the world. This is my belief, and I think every believer believes this. There is the war of what is right and what is not. The rest are just curtains. It's truth and the right and wrong. The radical components object to the paganist, maybe they are socialists. The US, when they went to Vietnam, they didn't kill the Muslims. It was a paganic structure. They went for different purposes, and you can multiply the examples, but at the end there's one war, the war between right and wrong. So if you're going to be on the right side and the moral correct side, you have to hold on to your children's minds. Everything starts with mind, and the absolute victory belongs to Allah at all times. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gürkan Karaçam, for this interesting speech. And now I would like to invite Ömer Faruk Kahraman, and he's going to talk about the language practices, Tatar language, from a qualitative perspective, a thematic analysis of the language practices of Siberian Tatars in Tomsk.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished guests. There is a change in my presentation, assimilation processes in the Turkic world, Siberian Tatars and language practices. In the last summer, I was in Siberia for 4 months doing field study. I was in Omsk, and the title of my project was Siberian Tatars in the post-Soviet era, History, Identity, Culture, and Political Inclusion. So I analyzed the identity and culture and political behavior of the Tatars in Omsk. So this will be the main theme of my presentation today. I would like to give you some information about data collection. As I mentioned earlier, I was in the Tomsk region, which is also called Oblast, in Siberia. We did a field survey for 4 months. So we held 30 semi-structured interviews, and we also used the observation method. First of all, very briefly, I would like to give you some information about the Siberian Tatars. Siberian Tatars, or Tatars in general, when you look at the Russian Federation, is the second biggest ethnic minority after the Russians. And Tatars are categorized into 3 groups, not including the Tatars in Crimea, because we do not recognize the annexation of Tatars. Volga, Ural Tatars, Siberia Tatars, and Astrakhan Tatars. So, except for those in Siberia, most of the Tatars live in the historical Turkestan region, Volga region, and the total population is about 1.5 million. In 14th century, Islam became started spreading in this area. The Siberian Tatars converted to Islam. But before that, Kazan and Crimean Tatars already converted to Islam. And in the city where I did my study, there were 11,000 Siberian Tatars in Tomsk. They are currently a minority. On the map, you see the federal region of Siberia. This region is the area with the biggest surface area in Russian Federation. Siberia is important for us because there are many Turkic populations like Altai, Akas, Siberia, Tatars, and Truhala Turks. So we have a historical and cultural connection. To talk about assimilation processes. In 16th century, after the collapse of the Altan Orda state, the Russians conquered the area, and after that, step by step, the assimilation process moved on. In the beginning of 17th century, the Russian Federation has some missionary activities for Christianization, so the assimilation process started. In 18th and 19th century, settlement policies of Russia, not only in Siberia, but also in Turkestan areas where the expansionist policies of Russia were implemented. Russia seized control of some regions and settled ethnic Russians and ethnic Cossacks in the region. In literature, they are called Kazakh and the Cossacks. But I'm not talking about Kazakh. I'm talking about Cossacks, who are Orthodox Christians. And the local communities were forced to migrate to more steppe regions. In the 19th century, there were some pressures in the area of language and culture. The madrasa institutions, which were the resistance mechanisms of religion and culture, were undermined through some policies. And in education, Russian language became more widespread. That was another step of the assimilation process. In 20th century, we had the Soviet era. Of course, after the Bolshevik Revolution, in the discourse of the Bolsheviks, the fraternity of peoples, freedom of language, education in mother tongue, and other promises were made, but it started well but ended bad. We don't need to talk much about the Soviet era. The religious institutions were shut down, and these institutions, which served as a resistance mechanism against assimilation, were shut down, and it was an important turning point. In the 21st century, which we are currently in, and which I focus on in my study, in the globalizing world, the local languages were undermined and weakened, and universal and global and regional languages became more dominant. In this process, Russia became the dominant language, and the state policy also triggered an important process in terms of language. In 2012, the federal law number 121 said that the Russian language was the unifying language of all peoples. In Article 3, it undermined the status of the local languages at a significant level. In Article 14, the course hours of local languages in the curriculum would be decreased, and they were turned into elective courses. And And this also led to the virtual disappearance of mother tongue education, particularly in autonomous republics such as Tatarstan and Chuvashia. And in Article 8, 50% Russian content quota was introduced on the media outlets. And Article 5 also restricted the authority of local governments to prepare bilingual documents. For example, when a document was issued in Tatarstan, it would be in two languages, Tatari and Russian. But with this new law, it was issued only in one language. And I will end with the findings. Today, when we look at the factors that were effective in the assimilation of the Siberian Tatars, we see that the central language and education policies were effective, like local languages becoming elective courses and being excluded from the curriculum. The impact of the Russian popular culture was very effective. I saw that, particularly among young people. It has a huge impact. And marriage with Russians, I saw this during my interviews. When I did these interviews with the prominent figures of the Siberian Tatars in the area, one of the prominent figures said the following: yes, yes, our children marry to each other, but the important thing is to get your daughter-in-law. The important thing is to get your son-in-law from Russians, not daughter-in-law, because if the mother is Russian, the children will be trained according to the Russian culture. And demographic change, and this still continues. Siberian Tatars are forced to move to bigger cities like Moscow and other cities, and their population in the region is decreasing. Linguistic hybridization. The theoretician of this term is Homi Baba. He defines this concept as follows: colonialist language plus local language is equal to hybrid language. In our interviews and in our observations, we established that the people in the area speak a hybrid language. At the city center, people heavily speak Russian, but in the rural areas, it is more of a hybrid language, which includes some words in Tatari, but mostly Russian words. So the Tatari language has become a household language. And age composition. At festivals, concerts, and religious ceremonies, mostly elderly population comprise the participants. The participation of the young people is quite low. This is a meeting for a national celebration, national festival, and as you can see, most of the participants are elderly people. And when you look at the difference between rural and urban areas, in villages, loyalty to traditional rituals is higher. During cultural and religious festivals, people come together to celebrate these festivals and holidays. And in rural areas, people use the Tatari language more commonly, but in the urban areas, it is used less. And this is the Eid al-Adha, the Tatari community coming together to celebrate Eid al-Adha. This is the Eid prayer. As you can see, it is only the elderly people who turned up for this prayer. You cannot easily see young people in these rituals. And finally, let's talk about the resistance mechanisms against assimilation. There are three different categories here. Let me talk about the institutional mechanism first. As you can see on the screen, this building is the Tatar Cultural Center in Tomsk. During the rule of the Tsar family, it was the home of a Tatari tradesman called Starimbai. It is now turned into a cultural center. This building is completely financed by Moscow. So you cannot organize any activity that is not being endorsed by Moscow, and there is no political activity, and there are efforts to preserve the language, but there are no language courses or any language education. Their main aim is to organize festivals, concerts, and other cultural events. And folklore activities. These events may also be a resistance mechanism, and there is the Sabantu festival, which is very important for the Siberian Tatars. It is called the holiday of the spring. They celebrate the coming of the summer. And social media as a digital resistance mechanism. The person you see is the president of the Tatar Cultural Center, appointed by Putin to this position. Social media activities, WhatsApp, Telegram, and VKontakte, which is only available in Russia. These are the platforms where they come together. They don't use the Tatari language very often here. They use the Tatarska Umma Facebook group, social platform group. They use the Tatari language in this group, but in the other groups, people only post messages like announcements or celebrations, and they are all posted in the Russian language. Results, conclusions. The cultural preservation is very strong at the symbolic level, but not so much on the functional level, because they use the Russian language mostly, and the young participation of the youth is very low, and particularly at the mosques, which are important institutions to preserve religious values. When we look at the mosques, for example, Friday prayers, the mosque is packed actually, but there are only 5 or 6 Siberian Tatars at the mosque, and most of them are elderly people. So, theoretically speaking, this Siberian culture can be defined as a festival culture, which is also defined in literature. So culture is reduced to a festival celebration. There are no elements of language or religion in this festival culture. Digital tools are not reaching their full potential, so youth-focused design is missing here, and the family is an important vein of resistance, but among the young people this is quite weak. For example, family members who are older than 40 or 45 can add some Tatari words as they speak among themselves, but among young people this is almost zero. Assimilation continues, the cultural assets are carried by the elderly population, so I'm sad to say that in the future we will not be able to talk about a Tatari culture in the region. The only thing that we will have will be the Tatari names. So this is the end of my presentation. And let me quickly show you some pictures from the areas where the Tataris live. This is the White Mosque, built in 1904 by the Siberian Tatars. This is currently a Kyrgyz mosque, used by the Kyrgyz and Kazakh migrants who arrived here to find jobs. And the Imam is also Kyrgyz. This is the Red Mosque. This is currently used by the Tajikis. When you look at the Jama, the members are mostly Tajik and Afghans. Can I ask a question? You talked about the Russian assimilation. Can we say that Russian assimilation was successful? Yes, there is an unbelievable assimilation process that is still underway. And the sad thing is, I would like to add that as well. What do the Siberian Tatars think about it? I don't think they were uncomfortable about it. This is what I saw during my interviews. They are not very happy about this assimilation, but they are not actually very uncomfortable. Is it obligatory to use Russian names? No, there is no written law saying that you need to use Russian names. But as my professor mentioned, Russians are very good at using soft power. They use the Russian popular culture in the region. So the process will unfold in the way that they wish to see. Morning events. These are very important for this community. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ömer Faruk Kahraman.
Distinguished guests, my presentation will be delivered at the lectern. My name is Ömer Faruk Kahraman. Sorry, I want to take off from where Ömer Faruk Kahraman took place. Another assimilation place, Balkan geography, Bulgaria. And on Bulgaria, so of course, there are many things that have been written. There are many books and there are many studies about Bulgaria. But I will talk about my own experience from Bulgaria. In 1998, I was appointed to Bulgaria as a teacher, and I was there until 2006 at high school, and I taught vocational courses, and I was at an Imam school, Imam Hatip school, and these are my observations that I will be telling you. Therefore, certain things could be original because the assimilation and we have, if you are 50 or 60 years old, what the deportation or forced relocation has been changed. And with Mesut Yilmaz issued a report, he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and then the Turkish and Bulgarian immigrants came, and when they came, we did see that certain assimilation policies had negative effects on them, which I will be talking about. Now, of course, I will say a few theoretical things because, you know, I am the last speaker, so hopefully I will finish the day without taking too much of your time, dear participants. As you know, the Ottoman state was an empire, but the new Turkic state, it was becoming a nation state, and because of that, the Balkan Muslims, when it came to protecting their own identity, the Turkish Republic, it was difficult for them to take power from the Turkish Republic, and nation-state ideal meant that every state was busy cleaning the wild vegetables on the garden. So the Balkan Wars, coupled with the First World War, the Ottomans were removed from the Balkans and purged from the Balkans fully. So the balance, the Ottoman balance, or the remaining, the Turks, the Bosnians, and the Circassians, the Tatars, and the Pomaks, of course, they were left without protection. And the Second World War, and given the conjuncture, the Russian sovereignty, the Iron Curtain, the Eastern Bloc concepts emerged. I'm going fast. And with the influence of Russia, there was a political polarization. And the Bulgarian Turks, they were within this polarization, they were subject to Bulgarian assimilation that was driven by Russia, and first these decisions were made in 1946, and in 1974 Bulgarian Communist Party made decisions as a starting point for their assimilation policies. And when you're making these assessments, they are of course calculating what it will cost them. Had they, within the country, if they did the elimination or cleansing, the political purge, the country economy would be difficult. So in a difficult situation, so they preferred assimilation. And they did their first assimilation for Pomaks. They were Bulgarian-speaking Muslims. They were Bulgarian-speaking Muslims as they were defined. Actually, there are disputes about that because about their ethnical origins. There is not a full consensus. But regardless, these are Muslims, and in one way, they were outside the Ottoman influence. So they had to detach them from being Turks. They changed their names, and they were placed in high mountainous areas. They were forced to live there, or if other threats were seen, they were sent to northern Bulgaria, to the region of Ludogorye, which we call Deli Orman. And second is the gypsies, that is the Roma citizens, Muslim Roma, the ones that are living in Bulgaria. They do these assimilation attempts and trials. They change their names because they are nomads, you know. They roam from place to place. So they were forced to live in the city center, and their horse carriages were taken and their goods were seized. And there was a success there actually for them. So in this regard, in the country, there were the Turks who have their shoulders on the Ottoman and Turkish state, and until 1989 they changed individuals' names, and not only that, but also even started to change the names on the tombstones, because gravestones, because evidence follows, history doesn't forgive or forget. Just like in Palestine, you see the title deed of a state that just like there's a competitive, unfair competitive, just like a state that was founded in 1948, there is the situation. They started scratching names off the gravestones or tombstones, and because they saw that this was nonsense, they took steps back. And in 1989, the dictator of the time, Todorzinkov, decided to purge the Turks in the country, and the prime minister of the time, Turgut Özal, was asked to open the door. So between 350,000 to 370,000 Turks come to Turkey. Who are these Turks? They are actually Evladı Fatihan, that is the grandchildren of the conquerors, and most of them were Karaman Turks from the Konya area, and they were the frontier lords or border chieftains, as we call them. They defended the borderlands, and with Bulgarian citizens in time they lived compatibly, and they were working on soil, and they were non-problematic individuals actually. But nevertheless, the conjuncture brought the things to such a state that the Russian pressure and the world order being bipolar and the superpower at each pole, they want to exert their own power. And you know, the Iron Curtain countries under the name of Eastern Bloc, there was a polarization, and as a result of this polarization, the Bulgarian Turks, they were subjected to these assimilation policies as required by the law. And my own experience after this theoretical explanation, hopefully this will be the end of the meeting afterwards. When I went there in 1998, Bulgaria, after 1991, that is with the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, Bulgaria was, you know, it had started demographic expansions, but you do not become a democrat overnight. It requires a process. So they become, with the strict practices of the communist system, they become, there is no law, there is mafia, there is no rule, and these organizations convert the country into a state where there are no laws. So in this kind of a setting, of course, I don't know how to call it, he says, the challenges of the past continued, and we did face these challenges. And in addition to what I personally witnessed, for instance, since the Ottoman times, there was and the mufti system was in effect, and back in the time Bulgaria was separated into 22 zones, and there were 22 mufti regions, and there were 22 muftis. You know, you have the chief mufti in Sofia, followed by you know, the various areas such as Plevne, Ruschuk, etc., and such as Pleven, Ruse, Plovdiv, and they reduce it down to 8 because Russians, they are considered Bulgarians. They reduce it down to 8 plus 1, that is 9. And the prayer houses were closed down, so they were not allowed to worship. And circumcision, it was a very difficult procedure, and they had to do it illegally in the basements of the home at midnight, and you know, slaughtering animals during Eid. So you know, from a religious worship standpoint, it was for Muslims in Bulgaria, it was a moral decay or degeneration of sorts. But then after 1998, they started giving these rights, and the people who were sent to exile to the Belena camps, they were given money, they were reimbursed, and Ivan Petso apologized to Turks back then, and the muftis were reinstated, schools were reinstated, and there was an Imam Hatip school at Kırcaeli that is the closest to you, and there was again, and in Shumnu there's a famous madrasa from the Ottoman times in Shumen that was returned to Turks, and the religious curriculum began, and there was the challenges that they experienced in the past seemed to relax, and with this relaxation, this assimilation that they experienced had certain effects on them, as we can see. Like what, for instance? Certain individuals, when their names were changed, they didn't have an issue. When they were Hassan, they became Ilyan. Rather, instead of Mustafa, they become Miroslav. Particularly Russian names were forced upon them. Some object to these names, and those who object to those names were exiled or imprisoned at the Belena camps, and we all know about this. And of course, the Turks here, the Muslims here, they had some resistance efforts. For instance, Mevlid in the religious sense, Mevlid was a very valuable instrument. It helped keep religion alive, and because they were there. Let's say there was one written copy of the Holy Quran which is forbidden. They used to hide their Qurans, and they did memorize Mevlid Sharif, and of course that is the birth of the Prophet celebration. No one can wipe it from your memory. So it's piece by piece through Mevlid. This was the biggest resistance. That was the recitation of the Mevlid Sharif. So they remember that they were in faith, and I think they were kept alive this way. And perhaps for some Salafis, Mevlid might not have that big an importance, but it kept a society alive for 45 years. Of course, it's not Mevlid Sharif only, but Mevlid played a huge role there because people listened to that and they memorized, they tried to understand the words there, and they memorized them and they admired those words. This is how one keeps alive the heritage of the religion. And in the Pomak zone, there is one thing. They have memorized some of the Tawhid rules, the oneness of Allah. They have memorized the description of Isar, or they have memorized the definition of Ishmam, that is the forbidden acts, etc. And in the end, the society, once they have moved on to democratic practices, Turkish people were returned their rights, and the first party that was founded was the Party of Rights and Freedoms, just like in the case was in Tatarstan, like the previous professor mentioned. In order to control that, the head of the party was one of the former agents, actually, back from the communist era. It was a Bulgarian. They call these agents NVR. So that agent, so they kept it under control. And so their ideology was tried to be imposed with an individual that they brought it, and the European Union, whether they like it or not, forced them or directed them to democratic processes. And right now the Muslims, they have other issues there, but nevertheless they're more comfortable and they can exercise their faith, they can embrace their faith, and also there is a more positive effect on the new generation, and these processes are converting to the positive. We can say that, dear participants, and here I would like to end my words. And if you have any questions to the participants or to me or to those who presented their papers, we will be more than happy to answer them. I think there are no questions. This session has ended, dear participants, and thank you very much for listening to us, and I wish you a wonderful evening. And now we're going to move on to the certificate ceremony, and I would like to invite the relevant individuals on stage.
Kıymetli misafirlerimiz.
Distinguished guests, thank you for your attendance. We're going to have a family photo, so we would like to invite you on stage.
Geri getirin hocam. Sen öne gel. Yapalım şöyle bir daire mi çizelim? Öne gel. Hatta şöyle öne gelelim. Şöyle şöyle. Sen de bir öyle geliyorsun. O bir sana böyle